Let's do this thing. Welcome to a special edition of Asia Tech Podcast recorded live at the Capital Kempinski Hotel in Singapore with AI Engineer. Today, we will talk to the people building the next layer of AI, coding agents, robotics, AI safety, and much more. But before we get to that, let's hear a quick word from our presenting sponsor, Twilio. Twilio is a secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer engagement without the complexity, with the AI-driven workflows you need to connect. Twilio is trusted by over 300,000 businesses. It is the platform that makes more possible. Visit twilio.com to start building today. We are joined, our first guest is here, Nick Miller, field engineer at Cursor. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm thrilled. This has been a fantastic conference. Did a couple sessions yesterday.
Awesome.
Just love meeting builders around the world and seeing how all these innovations are changing things.
Do you mind if I ask you this before we get into the questions that we wrote down? Like, do you see differences as you travel around the world, like different nuances where, like, if you're in, let's say, Singapore, it's different than it is if you're in Chicago talking to people? The idea is still to build, but is there a different sense you get?
Yeah, surprisingly, I don't, which has been kind of shocking to me.
Yeah.
I work out of the Bay Area. We're sort of in a bubble there. Maybe that's an understatement.
Sort of.
And so one of the things that was kind of surprising to me once I started traveling around the world, talking to Cursor users, is how these models, products like Cursor, are changing the way people are building everywhere. Yeah. It's not just in San Francisco. It's not just in the big cities. Whether I go to really large cities or small cities, in fact, it's often what I think are kind of the sleeper cities where I don't have high expectations that really blow me away.
You're on your way there and you're like, what am I going to get?
Exactly. And then there's 400 people there and they're doing incredible things.
So that's what I was going to ask you. And I'm getting a little bit of a chill just thinking about it, but do you feel the excitement? In other words, like I know when I used to travel for Goldman Sachs, when I would go, or for Morgan Stanley, I would go to meet customers. They weren't excited to see us.
Yes.
It didn't feel, I wasn't excited to be there. It was a little bit of drudgery, but do you feel like when you go see people, they're like, tell me more, I want to learn more kind of thing?
Definitely. I think people are really hungry for information.
Yeah.
Everybody is super inspired and energized by what these tools and these models have allowed us to do. And the space is moving so fast.
It is.
That I think they're really hungry for information and for networking. Being a software engineer, especially if you're a solo builder, can be kind of a lonely road.
A little bit, yeah.
And so having these events where you can network and share ideas, we're like hungry for a community. I know that was true of me when I first discovered Cursor.
Right.
I was a pretty early user of Cursor. The only community was really the forums on the Cursor site. My wife was so tired of hearing me talk about Cursor, and I finally found my people on those forums. And so,
like, honey, I got it.
Yeah, exactly. These events are really indicative of that.
Yeah, yeah. We didn't know what to expect before we got here. Very impressed.
Yes.
Let's dig a little bit deeper. Again, in my mind, a year ago, Cursor users were doing a lot of code completion. Is that fair?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, at least statistically, twice as many are running autonomous agents. What drove that inversion or that change?
Yeah, so I think there's been 3 waves so far in this space, both with Cursor and all the tooling out there.
Right.
Started with autocomplete. That was kind of the first thing that these models were being used for writing code, where you could type code into a file and the model tries to predict what you're going to do next and gives you a suggestion. And that's really where Cursor started. We actually built our own model for that. It's called Fusion. We call the feature tab. And when I started using Cursor, this is probably about 2 years ago, that was really the main tool everyone was using. In fact, there wasn't even an agent yet. Then in late 2024, we released an agent. We also, you could highlight blocks of code and submit natural language. And what we saw were that people were starting to kind of get their feet wet with natural language prompting, but still really reaching for that autocomplete for most of their work. Then across 2025, we started to see a shift where by the end of 2025, the majority of the users now had moved away from autocomplete and were now submitting natural language prompts to the agent. As the models and the harnesses got better and better, and those agents were able to more successfully update multiple blocks of code, multiple files, people really started to embrace the agent. Now we're entering the third wave, which is, again, the harnesses, the models keep getting better and better, and you're able to let these agents free and run for longer and longer periods of time.
So one of the things I like to think about is for my own business, I look at the things that we do today, things that I wouldn't say dreamed about, the things that we imagined we would be able to or should be able to do 5 years ago.
Mhm.
And now that we can, it's changed the tenor of the way we do business.
Mhm.
Were developers actually talking not just about auto completion, but about automated code writing 5 years ago? Now that it's here, this is one of the reasons why they were so excited. Or was it more just like, oh my God, I didn't think this was ever going to be possible. I have to do more of this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I think everybody's saying, "Oh my God," every day. To be honest with you, every few weeks a new model is coming out. It's leapfrogging the capabilities of whatever the current state of the art model is.
Right.
I think everybody's minds are being blown on a weekly basis, and that's why it's such an exciting space right now.
Yeah, yeah. What does it mean for the way developers think about their own role, though, inside of the way software itself is getting developed, right? In other words, inside the excitement, are they stepping back and going, what is my real role now?
Yeah, I think there are many phases of this. For me personally, when I first started using Cursor, like the first 48 hours, I had a lot of inner conflict.
Tell me.
I've been a software engineer for over 2 decades. It's
Right,
a
right, right.
craft that I've been honing and honing,
Yeah.
sharpening and sharpening my skills. And all of a sudden, I felt like I was cheating, that I was going to kind of lose my edge.
Really?
But then within a couple days, once I saw how fast I could move,
Right, right, right.
how fun it was, how I could offload to the model so many of the more kind of menial and rudimentary tasks,
Right.
I pretty quickly got over that.
Because I think, at least from my perspective, I don't code at all. But I always thought of like coding as art more than science.
Mhm.
Right, because the output can be very artistic at some
Yes.
level, right? And if you ask me to write code and I ask you to write code, it could end up being very different.
Mhm.
And that's why I feel like it's artistic.
Yeah.
So does it allow the developer to spend more time thinking about the overall structure and the overall artistic portion of it rather than just like the nuts and bolts of the syntax? If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
I think as the models and the harnesses get more and more sophisticated, we
Right.
as engineers are getting abstracted more and more away from the individual lines of code.
Mm,
And interestingly, I think especially this year, software engineers that have traditionally been individual contributors
Right.
and love being individual contributors. I've done a ton of leadership and management in my career.
Go
I'm
ahead.
currently an IC at Cursor. I love it. And I hear that from a lot of people that are coming back to the IC role.
What does
because
IC
in this
mean?
individual contributors.
Got it. Go ahead.
At a company, you're either an IC, like an engineer, or you're managing engineers
Got
or
it,
in
got it, got it, got
leadership. And so more and more people are coming back to that IC role. Interestingly, though,
That's interesting, though. Very.
because these ICs are now, as an IC engineer, we are shifting into a managerial role, managing agents.
Agents. So
Exactly.
this is actually really interesting. Do you think that's because not only it's just a managerial role, but because it takes all of the drudgery away? Do you know what I mean? From coding and allows you to flourish in a way that you might not have been able to do before because there's no, I wouldn't say boredom, but a little bit tiring to do like the little bits and pieces. No.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings.
Go ahead.
There is few feelings that are better than writing an elegant piece of
Sure,
code,
sure, sure. You're
right?
like, yes, I did it.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's also a very kind of solo personal thing.
Yeah,
Most people are never even going to see that, but
Right, right.
when you can write great code like that, it's a great feeling.
yeah.
We don't really have that so much anymore.
Fair
But
enough.
at the same time, you're able to move so fast, you're able to try so many different things. And frankly, this is where things are going, whether you like it or not.
Well, that's the other question I was going to ask you is, look, you guys have gone from 0 to 2 billion ARR almost faster than any other software tool has ever done.
Yeah.
Right. Give or take. But what is it about the whole agentic coding thing that made institutions feel comfortable enough to employ it in a way that was so fast, right? Because look, I worked at Goldman and Morgan.
Mhm.
When new software and new tools came out, it took a while for us for it to get from the IT department to Michael.
Yeah.
What's driven this super fast uptake, you think?
So when we started our go-to-market team early 2025, I think at that period of time, a lot of these companies sort of had this mandate to adopt AI to improve productivity,
Go ahead.
but had no idea how to do it.
Yeah.
And they saw Cursor as sort of a silver bullet. It's like we could come in, bring this platform in. These guys kind of know what they're doing. And, at least we can try this.
Right.
My executives keep telling me, I got to use AI. I got to use AI. Let's try this. So I think that's how it started. Now, a year later, the organizations are getting much more sophisticated. They're starting to build their own tooling. They're adapting how they run the SDLC to work with these platforms. And they've really embraced it. I mean, once you get a taste of these tools, it's really hard to go back.
It's weird. I was gonna say, like, it's like having your favorite ice cream. It's like once you have it, you're like, we need to have more of this, right?
Totally. Absolutely.
Do you get the sense that there is pressure though from not just senior management, from the board level. Like when you travel around, whether it's a small city or a big city or a small enterprise or a big institution, you do get the sense of like, we needed this because everybody else, it seems, is doing some sort of agentic thing or some sort of AI thing, and we don't know what direction to take. But this is at least something we can. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think their competitors are doing this, so
Right,
in
right,
order
right.
to keep up, they have to adopt this. Some of them are motivated by dollars. They want to cut headcount. That's definitely not our ethos when we walk into an organization. We want to come in and supercharge the productivity of your engineers,
Yeah.
allow you to move that much faster. But I think the reality is that all companies are adopting this or are going to, and so
Right.
if you're going to stay competitive, you really have to keep up at the speed.
Can I? Do you mind if I talk about this? People want to be more productive, but they want to lay people off.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I talk about this just for a
Sure.
moment? I think AI is going to create more jobs than it eliminates. It's just my feeling. You're out in the field doing this all the time. I get the sense that what's happening there is they're like, maybe these people aren't that good at their job, but here's a tool that's going to help the people that are good be great. And even Jensen Huang said, like, we're hiring more and more and more developers because we're getting more and more demand. We have to improve CUDA, like all the stuff that we're doing, we have to improve. Is that something you're seeing as well, or that you feel too?
Oh, absolutely. The roles, responsibilities of a software engineer are changing, but they're not going away. We are now moving into this third wave of sort of a factory kind of concept.
Tell me what you mean.
You are building up kind of multiple phases in the way code is being written and tested that can be automated more and more. But a human still has to build that factory. Often it takes far longer to build the factory than it did the product. Tesla's a great example. Elon Musk spent way more time building the factory than he did the car.
It's kind of boring. Like once you're done building the factory, like, okay, now it's just pumping stuff out.
It's true.
In
it's
a way,
true.
right? Yeah.
However, pumping stuff out. So I think that there is a connotation with a factory that there is a decrease in quality, right? It's going to cheapen things as you mass produce.
I didn't mean
no. I think that's what most people think when they hear factory.
Right.
And we really believe that you can still elevate the quality through the factory. A great analogy that one of the engineers at Cursor came up with that I love is sort of thinking about like a Michelin star restaurant. Here you've got a really talented chef that has handcrafted all these great dishes. Then opens up a restaurant where now they got to serve a large volume.
100 people are waiting outside. Yeah.
We can't sacrifice the quality, right?
No,
so we build a team of really talented specialists in that kitchen.
I like this a lot.
So every dish that's going out is still at that great quality. And that's very much how we think about the software factory of the future.
So you called yourself a field engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to be clear about this. So the term that I've recently become acquainted with is FDE.
Yeah.
So are you suggesting as well that Cursor's doing what OpenAI is doing, what Anthropic is doing, and actually sending people out to individual companies and saying, let me embed here for a little bit at least, because I know exactly how all these tools work. I don't want to sell you something and walk away and go like, figure it out on your own, but actually sit inside, whether it's, again, big or small, and just say, here's some ideas about how you can use this, and come to me as a resource as well.
So we have a field engineering department, and we are now building out our forward deployed engineering department. Two different roles at Cursor. The field engineers at Cursor primarily work in pre-sales, and they're working alongside an account executive, basically introducing a company to how to use these models, how to use these tools. Typically, when we get into kind of a trial with an organization, we'll give them 30 days free access to Cursor. And the field engineer is working hand in hand with the cohort that's trialing to teach them, to set them up for success, basically, to get them to drink the Kool-Aid. Exactly. Sometimes we got a cohort that's super excited about AI, maybe already using Cursor. Other times we got people that are very skeptical, might have submitted a prompt, didn't know how to prompt. They get garbage back and they're just like, see, I told you this is no good. But with the right enablement, you can kind of see that arc where they discover things. So field engineers and also AI deployment engineers, which are a similar role in post-sales at Cursor, do a lot of that enablement. We think about the FDE role, and it's still pretty early at Cursor, as you described, going in with a company, embedding with them, and allowing kind of to do more hand and side-by-side work with their engineers.
What since you're excited about this and you're in an environment actually at the home office that's excited about it, and the people with whom you're working are excited about it, are you surprised more by the skepticism that you see in some places, or by the excitement that you see outside when you get to a company like, thank God you're here, like, how can we do this? Do you know what I mean?
I'm surprised every day. I understand all sides of it. I understand people that are very forward thinking and have been experimenting with these tools and really seeing the light and what they can do.
Yeah.
And I understand the people that are freaked out that this
fair
may be
enough.
the end of their job. They don't understand the tools yet and how they work. Maybe they don't think that these models are able to write good code.
Right.
And so I empathize with everything, and that's sort of my job, is to come in and meet them wherever they are.
Right.
And as I said, like, this is the future. You need to hop on the train. Like, this is where we're going, whether you like it or not. But I mean, something that is so gratifying about my job is going into a trial where you've got a lot of skeptics.
I like it. Yeah.
And seeing them kind of see the light.
Right.
And over those 30 days, they go from, what is this garbage, to I'm never going back.
I need 3 more of these
exactly.
Things,
I finished, in 1 week, all of my tickets for the quarter.
Right.
This has changed my life.
Is it really that much more productive?
Yeah, it is.
Is it really?
It is.
So do you guys write most of your code using this thing?
We build Cursor with Cursor.
Did you really?
Nobody dog foods like Cursor does. So every feature that you see us rolling out, every new product, originated as a test that we did, and then we used a lot internally before we released it.
It also gives you a lot more confidence to roll it out, because you're like, we've been using this. Like, the code that wrote this.
Absolutely.
So what are we doing? Right?
Absolutely.
What does it mean on a sort of 35,000 foot level, and from a sort of management structure level, if you don't mind me asking, for what like a dev team or even an IT team is supposed to look like when, and this is interesting too, I'm going to use your terminology, IC, do I have that right?
Yeah.
When guys and gals that were moved up into management, right?
Yeah.
Are now moving back down into IC, because first of all, it's exciting and fun to do. But second of all, someone still needs to manage.
Yeah.
Right. And even though the ICs are now managing agents, which I completely understand, someone still has to manage the guys and gals that are managing the agents, because there's got to be some kind of structure in place. But it's changing. Like, how is it changing, you think? And I'm sure we're not at an end state yet, but where do you think it is today? Where do you think it's going?
So, I think Cursor is very much on the bleeding edge of where engineering teams are going in this era.
And the way you guys are doing it internally, you're talking about.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
So what we are seeing is that, in the old days, you would take an agile approach to software development.
Yep.
You would have a team of maybe 10 or 20 people that would allow something to go from an idea all the way to rolling out to a customer.
Yep.
You've got a product manager that is sort of, conceptualizing the feature. Then you've got a designer that is mocking things up. Then you might have an engineer that prototypes it. Then you're going to test it. Then it's going to go into production development. Then it's going to be QA. You could have 15 people there. It could take several weeks. And there's all this administrative, there are sprints and tickets and stand-ups. Now it's compressing down. So what we're finding is a feature or new service is built by 1 or 2 people at Cursor, and often end to end. In the time that we could have that initial planning meeting where we're whiteboarding everything and sketching it out, somebody could have just built a prototype in Cursor and shared it around.
Right.
So it's completely changed the way teams are working and really turning the SDLC on its head.
So, but what does that do? Because you mentioned agile, right? And I was going to bring this up too. You're right. Before, they were like, let's say 2-week sprints, all this kind of planning. But if you can build a prototype in a day, how does it change the way? Because agile was a really big thing when I was at Goldman.
Yeah.
They changed all of the software development from waterfall into agile.
Right.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But when they did that, it changed.
We're both showing our age.
I'm older than you, but anyway.
I don't know by how much, but yes.
But the point is that, like, they changed it, but it changed the way software got developed as well.
Yeah.
But now everything's compressed, you said.
Yeah.
What does that mean for agile? Is that just like off to the side now? Or is agile itself just like, we'll do a stand-up in the morning, we'll do all this stuff in the afternoon, we'll meet back again in the evening, and then we'll just compress all of that as well? Or is agile itself not a thing that people care about?
I think it'll change from one org to the next.
Right.
But at least for us, a lot of that is out the window. I mean, I'll tell you, we didn't even have a product manager until last summer. So when I started, it was just a bunch of engineers building really cool shit, and kind of building what they wanted. And honestly, like, once we started to go out and sell to enterprises, a lot of times I would come back, this big company wants this boring feature. Nobody wanted to build it. They were too busy building really cool stuff.
Right.
As the engineering team grew and grew, we started to bring in product managers to help kind of organize things and also take the feedback from the field and sort of productize it. But we're still working in very small teams. And I think now a lot of the coordination is sort of figuring out, okay, the next big release, we're going to take these features from this team, we're going to include these features from that team, and coordinating those releases.
How does this work, right? When you do have a field engineer or an FDE sitting with the client, let's say for that 1 free month, again, just to get them up to speed, how much of the feedback that they get actually comes back into Cursor itself for the others? Because every company is different. It feels like they're all kind of cookie cutter and the same, but the development tools that they need or the way they want to develop stuff could be different than company B or company C.
Yeah.
As you get that feedback, how do you determine like what to build in, what not to build in, and stuff like that?
So much of what we are developing is inspired by feedback from the customer, for sure. Whether those are big enterprise organizations or individual builders. We take a ton of signal from the field, and that defines a lot of our roadmap. So yeah, there's a lot of feedback coming in. It's definitely influencing the product. I think also a lot, what's really exciting about working for this company at this time is a lot of times when we're out in the field, a customer is asking for something and we are already working on it, or we're releasing it this month. For those of you that have worked at companies that maybe are a little farther behind or past their prime when you're out talking to the field and it's like your product is terrible, you guys don't have any of these,
and there's no agility built,
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's been a real privilege to be in an organization at a time where we are so very much at the cutting edge. And I think that is true of Cursor, is that there are many products in this space. Some are at the forefront, really kind of carving the path of where we're going. Others are a bit more conservative and staying in the back. It's been really exciting being at the forefront.
Can I go back to the beginning if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Because I'm curious about this. We started off with code completion, and then we come into agentic programming. What was the trigger internally to move from just the completion into the agentic programming? Do you know what I mean? Like, what was the epiphany? Was it something that came from the outside, or were people inside the company going, hey, we can actually do way more now because the technology has moved?
Yeah, it is almost always the advances in the models and the harnessing. So I think the shift to agents, a lot of that, it had to do with us getting better and better at building a harness and understanding how an agent could work. But also, we released the agent, our first version of the agent, in late 2024.
You were saying.
A few months prior to that, Anthropic released Claude 3.5 Sonnet. This was really the first model to come out that you could lean on to write the majority of your code.
So what was it like internally when you saw that? When people saw that,
mind-blowing. In fact, that is around the time, it was summer 2024 when 3.5 Sonnet first came out. That is when Cursor really started to get traction, because a lot of us who had discovered how to use these models for writing code were just like copying and pasting back and forth between like ChatGPT or the Claude website.
And you would get it wasn't built and optimized for you to be able to like just use it just to do that.
Exactly.
And have the output go where it was meant to go.
Exactly. You would just get kind of snippets of code back. Also, the models really weren't, they didn't have context windows big enough to understand the entire code base. There are limitations there. So you would still get these great snippets of code, but it was sort of like, now instead of going to Stack Overflow and finding code there and being inspired by that, you were getting it from the model. When 3.5 Sonnet came out, it was able to really write full files. It was able to think about full code bases. And that combined with Cursor, where now Cursor would take the output from 3.5 Sonnet and be able to write it to different files, multiple files, that was a game changer. So the agent came out a couple months later. And like with most of our features and most of our services, we have like an internal prototype that is very rough around the edges. And we're just kind of waiting for the models to get good enough where it'll mature.
When this gets good enough, then we can roll this thing out.
Exactly.
But it has to be able to.
Exactly.
What does it do to businesses? Well, I don't know how to ask this the right way, but open source is a thing, right? All these little code snippets, they get shared all around. GitHub is one of the places that people do this.
Yeah.
But now with the ability to automate code writing, and the model itself knows maybe more than you can know on your own and can find on your own. I just thought about this. I didn't even think about it before we sat down, but like, what does it do for something like GitHub, which has been a resource for all this stuff?
Yeah.
And has a lot of code saved there that, again, anybody can use and anybody can, get access to, but now they have another, maybe more efficient way to get access to it. What does it do to that?
Yeah. I mean, look, the open source movement is incredible, right? I mean, it's been probably one of the most important parts of software engineering and its evolution. I don't know how much longer it's going to be around. I mean, I can have an agent
because it feels to me like what's happening with this agentic coding is it's almost like open source on massive amounts of steroids.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's like
because I don't even have to share it with you; it's just being shared naturally.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, I would rather just have the agent instead of me using an open source library
Right.
that is publicly available, is much easier to exploit.
Sure.
I can just have the agent build its own version of that
Right.
service,
Right.
and no one knows the code. Nobody can exploit it as easily.
Right.
And also just let the agent go. Why even track down that
That's
open
my
source
point.
software and bring it in
That's my
when I
point.
can just have the agent create it? So I don't want to say it's the death of open
No.
source by any means, but
No.
I think people are going to reach less and less for those libraries
Right.
and build them themselves more and more, or have their agents build
Do you mind if I dig a little bit deeper?
Yeah, please.
Do you feel like there's a generational change as well? In other words, for people that have been coding for 20 years, in the back of their head, they're still thinking, I'll just go to GitHub or I'll just go to open source and grab that thing. That's the first instinct. But for people in their 20s and 30s that haven't been doing that for 2 decades, they'll think, I'll just write it myself.
Yeah. I think it's funny.
Because that's what he does.
Yeah. So this space moves so fast.
So
I mean,
fast.
software engineering in general today, 30 years ago. However, I think engineers in general are resistant to change. Like they got
humans
their
by definition.
Exactly. They have their tool set. They've got deadlines. They know that the tools they have in their toolbox today are allow them to hit those deadlines. There might be all this revolutionary stuff available. I don't have time to learn that right now.
Yeah.
And so, but there's constantly that tension where it's like there's this new thing you need to learn it. So I would like to think that a lot of these older engineers, they're used to having to continue to evolve and adapt.
Sure.
And again, you kind of have to learn this stuff to stay relevant. I hate to say that, but it's true.
No, it's definitely true. Is there a downside at all to agentic coding in the sense that, like, when I was in high school, the guys would literally open up the hood to the car, tinker with the engine so that they knew how the car worked.
Yeah.
So if something broke in the car, they would know how to fix it. But once the cars became all electronic and the engines were almost inaccessible, you could take it into a garage, they'd plug stuff into it, and they would do an analysis on it, but you couldn't afford that at home.
Yeah.
But is there going to be some kind of missing link between, like, agentic code can write itself? Maybe the software developers that are now 19 or 20 years old won't have as deep an understanding of what software development is in the same way that you do. Is that a risk?
I mean, I'll tell you, Cursor, we've got a couple engineers that are 19 and 20. They're some of our best engineers on the team.
Again, I'm not aging anybody either way.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that as things exist today, we can lean on these agents to write a lot of our code. But the way Cursor is constructed, you can still get under the covers and look at every single line when you need to. Right. And if you're building something really mission critical, you need to do that, right? You
probably should anyway.
If you're building something a little, something fun, then I mean, I'll tell you, I don't look at my code much anymore.
Really?
I really don't.
Did you at the beginning when you first started?
Oh, yes. Look, at the beginning, when Cursor first released the agent, it would wipe out blocks of code, entire files. I mean, you had to supervise every move. But now we're at a point where it is extremely reliable. Those things almost never happen. And we released Cursor 3 a few months ago.
Okay.
This includes a new interface that is really reconceived for kind of where we see the space going this year.
What does that mean?
So Cursor, the desktop app, is a fork of VS Code. And up until this new version in Cursor 3, the interface looked a lot like VS Code. It looked like an IDE.
Got it.
In Cursor 3, we released a new agent view. So we have the editor view, which is very VS Code-y.
Yep.
And then we have this new agent view, which is very agent first. And so what it allows you to do is focus much more on the conversation with the agent. That's front and center.
Yep.
You're able to see all of the agents that you're running multiple agents, whether they're local or in the cloud, across multiple projects. And so it kind of abstracts you out more, where you're becoming more of a manager than an IC. You can always go deep if you want. You can always review every single diff that the model changed. You can go into the files if you want to. You can unfurl the interface to get into those details. I'll tell you, for me, when we got into beta and internal beta with this new interface, I stopped going back to the VS Code interface. And I find myself getting into the code less and less. I will also say that this year, there's just been an incredible crop of models to come out that are so good at writing code. So this interface may not have worked quite as well last year when the models weren't where they are now.
Yeah.
They're just so good at writing code.
So one more thing before I let you go, if you don't mind, and thank you so much for taking the time.
It's been a pleasure.
It's really interesting for me, and hopefully you don't feel like I'm been a complete idiot. I always felt like when these first Transformer LLMs came out, that the model builders didn't really know what the use case was.
Yeah.
They weren't 100% sure, which is why they were so broad.
Yeah.
And then once, like you said, what was it, 3.5 or 3.
Yeah, Sonnet 3.5.
Sonnet 3.5 came out, people were like, oh, we can do code with this.
Yeah.
So just separate from that, because I think now people understand this really well. Anthropic through Claude Code, like all this kind of stuff through their stuff, Codex, all the stuff that you guys are building, right? People understand now that this tech can write code. Are there other things that are coming soon that are going to like pull little pieces out of the model that we don't see yet, but that are going to be as impactful as this? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You know when these models came out, I think it was a surprise to a lot of people that one thing they were really good at, one of the things they're best at, is writing code. I think that was a surprise.
I agree.
The models that we see from these major labs, most of them are what we call general purpose large language models. So they're trained to do all sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Cursor actually, so we have been building our own models for quite some time. The autocomplete that we were talking about, that was our own custom model.
Yep.
We've got other models that run under the hood of Cursor that we built, and we have been working away at building a model that is purpose-built for agentic coding.
Yep.
We released the first version of that at the end of last year. It's called Composer. We're now in Composer 2, so we've released 1.52. Actually, I believe 2.5 came out today or it's tomorrow. This model is specifically for writing code. And so what this does is, we can really twiddle the knobs as we're training the model for this specific use case. What we want to do is build the best model for writing code. We've had great progress. I think the models that 2 and 2.5 are right up there in the ballpark of whatever the state of the art models are. But our hope here is that we'll eventually have the best model for writing code. And I think these specialized models could be really beneficial. One thing I'm waiting for is a model that's great at front end design.
I would great at what?
At front end design.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. Was going to be my next thing, because like, how much does UI still matter anymore?
Yeah,
because if there's, and again, I want to get this terminology right. Let's just say some of the biggest SaaS companies, without naming them, have now made all of their functionality exposed to APIs. Right, MCP is there, so now it's agents talking to agents through MCP, and everything's API available. If that's the case, the agents don't care what the UI looks like.
Yeah.
Humans will still care.
Yeah.
But what does front-end design mean and look like over time?
Yeah.
If everything becomes more and more agentic.
I mean, I hope front-end design is not going away.
I hope it still
as
a
creative.
Yeah.
I love front-end design, and I love how it complements the software experience. So it is true that as we are connecting agents to more and more outside sources, and they're able to do things more and more, but the UI is still important. Maybe the UI that we're using is changing, but I'd like to think it's still important. And I must say, that is one area where the human still really needs to be in the loop, right?
Yeah.
What these models are lacking is taste. It's the human that is going to infuse the soul
I'm going to use
of that
design. What these models are lacking is taste. Do you feel like we're at the beginning of a new UI?
Interesting. I mean, okay, so when I'm talking about UI, I'm talking about a designer designing something beautiful.
Yeah, same.
But when we talk about the human interface,
I think it's both.
Yeah,
I think it's both.
Yeah, I mean, the chat interface is very much becoming the UI. I'll give you an example.
So I like to say that I think AI is becoming the new UI.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Same sort of thing. This sort of natural language prompting.
Right.
I travel a lot around the world for Cursor, talking to different companies, different user groups, and a lot of weeks I'm in a different city every single day. Tonight I'm flying here. Flying here from Singapore to Europe.
Right.
We don't have a travel coordinator yet at Cursor. We're still pretty small. I do it all myself.
I love it.
It's maddening to try to coordinate this.
Maddening.
I now use Cursor to do it. when I'm doing
I was
a
going to make the
4-week
joke,
tour,
like, shouldn't you automate it? Yeah.
I open up a new project in Cursor. I create a file that has kind of all my events and dates.
Right.
And then I start booking flights and booking hotels. And I've actually evolved this system. I now have the agent in Cursor connected to a CLI that can book my flights.
Right.
I'm able to search hotels. And when I'm out on the road, I can open up a cloud agent on my phone and ask the agent, give me my schedule for today, and I'll bring it back. So the interfaces are changing for sure.
So I hope you have a little bit more time.
Yeah.
So this is what I meant before when I said, are there use cases for this stuff? Are there models that need to get built that we haven't thought about yet, that again get extrapolated out of the bigger model, get extracted or abstracted out of the bigger models? Because again, they were built for everything.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what you're going to do. Now we do coding, but travel's a gigantic business. And I have to believe that everybody that's in a business that's your size that does what you do is thinking the same thing. Like, I don't have a travel coordinator. Booking travel still, even with all the OTAs that are out there, remains a nightmare.
Yeah.
Remains a nightmare. Even with can I give you a story?
Yeah, please.
This is a few years ago, more than a few years ago. But when I was working in Tokyo, I got a home leave every year, and they didn't care where I went in the United States as long as it was within the same cost that it would cost them to fly me to New York, business class. I wanted to go to Jackson Hole, because I wanted to go to I'm on something I can't remember the name, but that doesn't matter. So I had to fly to Denver first, and then I was going to fly to Jackson from Denver. Makes no difference to me. So I asked our travel coordinator inside the bank to book that.
Yeah.
They booked it to Jackson, Mississippi.
Right.
This is a real thing.
Yeah.
My luggage,
you didn't want to spend your time in Jackson, Mississippi.
Not as much. Nothing against Mississippi.
No against Mississippi, by the way.
Mississippi. But the point is that like my luggage went back and forth between Mississippi because when it got to Jackson Hole, they're like, it says Jackson.
Right.
They sent it back. My point is that it's still a nightmare today. That is something I think that people could build and automate and integrate, like you said, into your schedule and all these other little things where like your travel booking now is still separate from everything else that you do.
Yeah.
But this is the perfect place to have Agenta come in and fix that problem at scale.
Yeah.
So the fact that you're writing it means that other people are probably looking at it as well. And at some point, someone's going to be like, this is big.
Yeah. I mean, for me,
I'm going to pull this out.
You know, in fact, had dinner with somebody last night. He also does a ton of travel, and he showed me an app that he uses that does something similar.
Yeah.
For me, Cursor, I'd rather use Cursor than this app, right?
Yeah,
it's what I use every day. I enjoy tooling it and customizing it, that sort of thing. You know, one other thing I'll say is that we are in an era now where there are many great models that are extremely capable. Sure. And it's becoming much more about the harness, I think, than it is the model. That kind of scaffolding that's built around the model.
It's the stuff up here.
Exactly. That is really what extracts the most value out of these models. And so, you know, I think that's true with these coding tools, Cursor, Claude Code, Codex. You know, there are pretty significant differences in the way the exact same model performs from one product to the next.
For sure.
And that is all the harness in terms of how performant it is, in terms of how token efficient it is, in terms of just the quality of the output.
Yep.
So much of that is now about the harness more so than the model.
So I'll make one more case here, then I'll let you go.
Okay.
Because humans are still writing the code that writes the code. At some level, the personality of Cursor is embedded into the software that Cursor writes and develops.
Yeah.
And the same thing for the harness that you develop too.
Yeah.
Which is why it's different than what's happening at company A and company B.
Yeah.
And I think if you step back and look at it, you can see like, oh, that looks a lot like the people that are there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this looks a lot like the guys and gals that are there. Do you know what I mean? And I think in a way that's kind of interesting because it's very human in a way.
Definitely. Each one of these companies that are making products in this space, I think, have a slightly different vision on the best way to approach this. There's also a lot of overlap as well. Sure. And you see that in the products. I think it's great. You know, when I started at Cursor, we were kind of the only product in this space. I mean, there was Copilot, but it was a different sort of product.
Yeah, that's not the same thing at all.
On one hand, it was nice going into these enterprise deals and not having any competition. Now we've got a few other people in the room, but it is pushing all of us to work harder. In the end, the users win.
Yeah.
One other thought on personality.
Go ahead.
The models have personality, right? Anthropic was really the first lab to do this, to give the model a personality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then OpenAI followed. It's something that we're really focused on with Composer right now, is improving the personality.
Yeah, I can feel it, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, and that there's some stickiness there.
Yeah.
You know, we are seeing that people gravitate to a model because of its capabilities.
Right.
But the personality
Absolutely.
is sort of seductive
Absolutely.
and causes people to kind of become
Yeah.
fanboys or fangirls of certain models,
I agree
or
completely.
repel
like, yeah,
from
I'm not-
certain models because I just don't like the way
but
that
it's the
thing
same
talks
thing.
to me.
Well, I'll bring it back to the 5-star restaurant or the Michelin star restaurant you're talking about. Food could be amazing, but if the staff is terrible,
Right.
you're like, I don't care.
Right.
I can get good food elsewhere.
Yes. Yes.
It needs to be good for me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's what an amazing time, right?
Sorry.
I
I took up
just
so much of your time today.
oh, it's been a pleasure.
How long do you think we've been talking?
Don't
look at anything.
Well, you told me it would maybe be. I mean,
20 minutes.
40.
40.
Oh wow. Listen,
It was meant to be 20.
I love this stuff.
So do I.
I could go
keep you
4
more.
hours.
I could keep you
Easy,
more.
easy. Let's
Okay.
do it again.
It was a complete
Great.
pleasure.
Thanks so
Stay
much.
in touch.
Yeah, appreciate
I
it.
really appreciate
Take
it.
care.
Thank you very much. Okay. You can just walk away. That was awesome. Was that okay? Super duper. Super duper. Yeah. Yep. No worries. We'd love to do it. Thank you so much. Have a safe flight. Have a seat. Weiwei. Nice to meet you. Did Martin tell you how to use the microphone?
Yes. I was
Okay.
told that I should be very close to the microphone.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I always say, like, use it like it's an ice cream cone you're not going to eat.
Got it.
Right
Yeah.
here.
Great.
How are you?
I'm good. It's very vibrant over here today.
It's very energetic.
Yes.
Were you at the event yesterday? At the
I
original
was
part of the
at
event?
part of it. Yes. And
Yeah?
then, yeah.
Got it. Do you want to talk to me a little bit about GenGen?
Yes.
So what does GenGen do?
Yeah. GenGen creates synthetic content at scale for TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram. So we realized that in an age where everything is synthetic, you kind of need to fight fire with fire. You know, like you need that kind of scalability for your content, for your product to really be visible. And
So let's spend a little bit of time talking about synthetic marketing. I want
Yes.
to dig deeper into this.
Yes.
So when you say that like everything else out there is synthetic and you
Yeah.
have to fight fire with fire,
Yeah.
just back up a little bit and
Sounds
tell
good.
you what you mean, because I feel like I'm doing okay. I'm not
Yeah.
synthetic.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I think we are entering an age. I think this is the beginning where a lot more content is becoming synthetic, right? Like
But what does that mean exactly, synthetic?
Synthetic-
Like, so avatars.
that could be avatar, that could be written content. You know, a lot of the articles, a lot of journalists now write with AI assistance.
Absolutely.
And there are tools that we can use to sort of like understand how much of this article is written with language models.
Right.
But either way, a lot of the times they realize there's an increase in productivity in output. And
Sure.
then with journalism, sometimes output is important.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
like, yeah. So you
I
want to
have a
have
deadline.
coverage.
I have a deadline at midnight. I have to get this thing out.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
I have to have 3 articles out, and I can't do. I don't have enough time to do it.
that's right.
I'm gonna synthetic this thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And that turns out to be effective for journalism in a lot of way, whether or not the viewers are a fan of it or not. You know, like
Yeah.
if I'm able to, as a journalist, if I'm able to create content that tailors to everybody's interests, then I'm going to have greater reach. And
Yeah,
reach
fair
is
enough.
important.
Right.
Similarly, that was in copywriting, that was in written content.
Go ahead.
In visual content like imagery and also videos, that's also equally important. And as we're starting to see like ChatGPT moment of video models, right? Like CDance 2.0 that came out earlier this year was mind-blowing for a lot of people. And it's like, oh, I can't really tell if this is real or not. You know, I used to be able to tell, but I'm not able to anymore.
I want to go back to both of these things if you
Yes.
don't mind. So the first thing is just the written content.
Yeah.
I want to get to the video content in a second if you
Yes.
don't mind. What are you said you can look at it or analyze the written content and you can figure out, oh, this was definitely written by AI
Mm.
per se, yeah? But how
Yeah.
do you know?
As a person without tools.
Yeah, so without tools, and then as a person, how would I know? I think I know, but
Yeah.
then with the tools, what do the tools tell you? So answer that in order if you don't mind.
I think we're still in an era where we can suss it out a little bit, but we're soon gonna enter an era where we may not be able to figure it out. So a lot of the times when you read a paragraph or an email, you're kind of like, this doesn't sound too natural. Like this doesn't sound like the Amy I know, right? This doesn't sound like the Eric I know. And
Do you know people named Amy and Eric, or you're just making it up?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
And also this also doesn't, like language models today love to compare things, you know. This
Yeah,
isn't
why do they do that?
I'm not sure. I think it's just like a moment in time, like we freeze
They
this
do,
moment.
you're really right though. They do this. I use artificial intelligence. I use ChatGPT to write some stuff for
Right.
me. I deeply edit it, and I take all of that out.
Yeah.
Because it sounds contrived to me.
Yes.
I wonder why they build that into the model.
It's probably temporary.
But you know what I mean? Because it always says like, this is not this thing, it's this thing instead.
Yes.
No one talks like that.
Correct.
Like if I said that to you, you'd be like,
yeah.
is there a chip in there somewhere? Kind
Yeah.
of thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
But imagine, when we reach ChatGPT 7 and when that's gone, are we able to tell? We may not be able to.
But maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Go
ahead.
It may or may not matter. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think at this moment in time, we're able to tell if it's synthetic or not, if it's ChatGPT or not. In maybe 2 months or a year, we don't know. I'm being optimistic. Maybe in 2 months, we're not able to tell when language models advance even further.
Yeah. Is that good or bad though? If we can't tell.
I hope, from my view, I hope to reach a point where it doesn't really matter. Similarly to how VFX, like post-production, CGI, computer graphics work, don't really matter as much,
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of movies these days. I'm just too busy, but you're right.
Yeah.
In the old days, you'd watch and you'd be like, okay, that I know is in a studio somewhere. It's completely fake because you could see like the edges.
Yes.
But now you watch this VFX stuff and you're like, it looks too cool to be real.
Yeah.
But it looks really real.
But it's enjoyable.
Yeah,
right?
But it looks real enough to me to feel like it's real.
Yeah.
So talk to me again. I interrupted you when you were talking about video. And you were saying that like video has reached this tipping point where it's like a ChatGPT moment.
Right.
So expand on that a little bit if you don't mind.
Earlier this year, when CDance 2.0 released a preview, we started seeing content that was so real, it was almost unbelievable.
But
right?
human content.
Right. Like we saw Jenny from Blackpink playing basketball with LeBron James and then dunking on him. Right. And we also
I thought she could do that.
right.
It seemed natural to me.
Yeah, of course Jenny.
He's getting old. She's only like 21. I don't know.
Right. And we also saw, Godzilla destroying countries or cities that wasn't obviously in the movies.
Yeah.
And so those were just so realistic and also so powerful that people were like, oh my gosh, I had not seen this and I didn't know we're this close to this kind of realism.
Right. So I think it's weird actually. So for people like you and I, people like we are, following the space constantly.
Yeah.
We almost have to know that this is going on. But we have to understand that we live in like a little bit of a bubble. I would say a big bubble, to be fair.
Yeah.
But like your cousin or like my brother may not even be aware that this stuff is so powerful yet.
Right.
So how do we can filter stuff out because we're involved in this on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
But how does the general public or the mass market, like when do they catch up to the fact that this stuff is changing so fast?
It's probably changing faster than we are even imagining
ourselves.
Yes. A lot of the movies are using AI for post-productions and we don't know about it and they don't want to disclose it because the public discourse around AI isn't necessarily positive now, but it is very productive and also helpful to have those tools. And we are going through a change. The change, I would characterize it as we've seen these changes come before.
Sure.
They have always been disruptive,
Always.
and they have always been, painful in a lot of ways. But our pain had never been able to stop it either. Like the toothpaste is out of the tube.
Yeah, it's not going back in.
And if we look at history, those who are able to adapt and embrace have an easier time to advance or to follow with progress.
Completely agreed. So if I think about Unreal Engine, which was started to be developed like 40 years ago.
Yes.
Where it was then and where it is today.
Yeah.
The ability to create like just spaces out of nowhere. We use it.
Right.
So I know like how it works.
Yeah.
And then if you can create humans inside those spaces and animals and like inanimate objects that look real.
Yeah.
The line is blurring really, really quickly and moving super fast. Yeah.
Yes.
And the faster we move, frankly, the more it accelerates.
Yes.
Right. This is true for what we just had a guy here from Cursor talking about the code that they writes the code.
Right.
That then writes the code.
Yeah. It's recursive.
Accelerates. It is recursive and it accelerates.
Yes.
Can I ask you this though? One of the things we talked at the beginning was synthetic marketing.
Yes.
What is the impact actually on marketing? You mentioned Jenny from Blackpink. I grew up in an era where like the bands were bands and I knew the people that were in the band and I identified with the people in the band are we going to reach a point where people don't care that, and I'm using the people in the band as just like a metaphor for everything else.
Yeah.
That humans won't care that it's not real.
Yeah.
Or like, do people really want to know that Jenny's like a real thing, or that Lisa's like a real thing, and like that they're really dating like somebody from you know what I mean? Like,
we could get really philosophical
Go
about
for
this. Have you come across this 3D character called Little Michaela from around 2014?
no, little Michaela.
Little Michaela.
Michaela, no,
She
did
has
not.
2 million followers on Instagram.
Right.
And
It's not real.
She's not real. She's 3D. She's a 3D model, and she's from 2013, 2014. So it's been a while, you know. And this is like way pre AI too.
Right.
And Little Michaela is this 19-year-old
Right.
that is, you know, that has a life on social media, and people interact with her.
I find it
She
really
also
strange.
takes on ads. She takes on brand deals.
Really?
She does.
But who manages little Michaela?
There's a studio in LA that manages it. And what I really appreciate about it is on their website in the Q&A section, there's a question: is Little Michaela real? Their answer is as real as Rihanna.
So, but talk about this because this is actually really interesting.
Yes.
I think I know where you're going, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
I think, you know, we are.
What does real mean?
Yeah, what does real mean, right? Like
Right.
celebrities are just like fabricated,
Sure.
simple
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
And when you look at musician documentaries, you realize they're a village working on one person, like right. And
Yeah, so if you watch like Taylor Swift's documentary,
right,
in the background you'll see like there's a publicist, there's a makeup artist, there's all these other people around. There's her
Yes.
mom and dad.
yes,
It's like, is she real?
yeah. And sometimes celebrities go through really painful moments because they're like, I can never live up to the image that people see me as.
Look at Robert Downey Jr. His whole life
Right.
was almost ruined because he was so famous. But sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And so there's, you know, in a lot of ways, we can argue that these symbols are created to talk about a future, a lifestyle, an idea. And we've mistaken that person, Rihanna, with the symbol Rihanna in
Yeah.
some ways too.
Yeah, I think about
right?
this all the time, actually.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so there is a question of like, oh, if we're talking about these celebrities, will it matter if it's actual content shot by them versus content created with their IP, their
So
appearance?
what do you guys do? You're creating more little Michaelas?
We're creating a matrix of like content and accounts. So it's a portfolio
You
of
do it for
accounts.
yourselves? You do it
Both.
on demand.
We do both.
So what does it mean? The stuff you do for yourself, what's the purpose?
So I can share a little bit about what we've accomplished and also why we came to this
Go ahead.
direction, right?
I got questions.
Yes. So in the last 4 months, we were able to reach 50 million views
Yeah.
across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube
And where are
Shorts.
most of those views? Is that mostly in the US?
Mostly in the US, but really globally,
Globally.
because you can kind of like aim to target a region, but viewers do come from around the world.
Fair enough.
And with that was accomplished with around 2,000 videos.
Okay.
So across
for one
product.
one person? I don't know what to call it.
No, we have 5 accounts.
Okay.
So there are 5 accounts. On average, we post 2 to 3 times a day.
For one product, meaning like toothpaste, that kind of product. I'm not saying
Yes,
it is toothpaste,
yes.
but you know what I mean. Yeah?
In this case, we're working on apps. So
Okay.
we create traction for our apps.
Apps.
And so the reason why we came to this conclusion in this direction is because we've been building a lot of consumer apps. My personal interest, and you know, I've always had a background in consumer products.
Got it.
And we quickly realized, as many people who build products do, distribution is the bottleneck,
Sure.
right?
Always, for
It's
everything.
always it's the hardest part
Yeah,
for
yeah.
builders, especially. And if we're not able to like let people know about it, does it even exist?
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So
if a tree falls in the forest alone and doesn't make a sound,
Yes.
it's like maybe.
yes, the
We'll
Gen
never
Z
know.
way of saying this: if you trip and nobody saw it,
Did you really fall?
did you really fall? Did your aura points go down?
Right.
Right?
No, it's so funny because I was going for a run yesterday and I almost tripped and I did look around to be like, I'm fine.
Yes, nobody
Nobody
saw
saw.
it. Nobody saw
Nobody
it.
saw. I still have my aura points.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And so that's something that we've learned very quickly. And we were working with, for example, we had ads. We also worked with creators of
Right.
different kinds, micro influencers, mid-tier, and
Yep.
also macro influencers.
Yep.
But these marketing expenses go by really quickly, and they're very one-off. You know, like you collaborated on one video, and that's spent
Yeah,
money,
it's gone.
right? It's gone. But if we're able to use video models to create AI UGC, we're building and accumulating marketing assets.
Right, because it doesn't disappear.
It doesn't disappear. We accumulate followership. We accumulate viewership.
So is it possible to do this? Create like a character like little Michaela.
Right.
Nobody asks you to do it. You do it on your own.
Right.
You have a studio.
Yeah.
Your team comes up with an idea and they're like, this character maybe is, and it could be even an anime character. Right. It could be like Hello Kitty or something like that. Or it could be a human.
Right.
Either way. But you design this character. You can actually build a backstory for this character. You can have them look a certain way, dress a certain way, and then build it up so that there's momentum behind that person or that thing.
Yeah.
And then go to brands and say, you should market here because we've got 50, 100 million views or whatever.
You can.
And this person that we built was purpose built for these types of products. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. It's effectively
That's scary.
It's happening. It happened with little Michaela 12 years ago. You know?
Yeah.
And I think what might
But the tools are way better now.
The tools are better.
And 12 years ago, the distribution, like there was no TikTok 12 years ago.
That's right.
Right. And YouTube wasn't as big as it is today 12 years ago.
That's right.
Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Yeah. So it is very much happening right now. And we are seeing content being produced at a scale that is kind of unforced, that never existed before.
Right.
And that's both exciting and like somewhat worrisome.
A little bit scary,
Yeah. But I would say, when we talk about in our team, we talk about this as slop, and we think there's good slop and bad slop.
Yeah, let's say good stuff and bad slop.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's also top slop.
What does that mean?
Very, very good slop. The top tier slop. Because slop also existed pre-AI,
Sure, it's just you couldn't mechanize it in the same way, you couldn't weaponize it in the same way, and you couldn't produce it at scale at the same way.
Yeah,
right? There's been slop since like 2,000 years ago.
Yes.
As long as there's been writing and humans have been telling stories, it's always been slop.
Yes.
It's just how much of it can you produce?
Yes, and it's very subjective.
For sure.
Marcel Duchamp and also Andy Warhol, in a lot of ways, were considered slop artwork.
Yeah, Mark Kostabi was considered. I don't know if you know him. Another artist was complete slop, and he actually said, "The stuff I do is terrible. Everybody wants to buy it.
Yeah,
I'm going to make more of it.
Yes,
and I'm still going to say it's terrible. Yeah. So same thing.
Yeah. So it's very subjective, and we're seeing content like this happening, and we want to empower people with these tools and also with this ability and channels in a way that they couldn't access it before.
Can I ask you another thing? What is the impact on just regular human, like today's metaphor for little Michaela, the stuff that you're doing? What's the impact on Rihanna, who's a billionaire, and on Lisa or Jenny from Blackpink? What's the impact? Because people still follow them.
They have a lot of, I would call it as social capital.
They do though, right?
And they are going to continue to have a very, very strong fan base. And I also really appreciate Blackpink. I was at their concert too.
I was not.
And I think we're going to see a new crop of content that doesn't really interface with that crowd and that genre. For example, what I've observed with history is when there's new technology, it often gives the marginalized people ability to create on their own terms. Right?
Sure. It doesn't change Rihanna's life at all, but it allows people that couldn't do that to do something else.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
And something I've observed with video models is that I see queer communities creating content for themselves.
Yeah.
In a way that Hollywood has never touched it. Right.
Because they can't tell those stories.
They can't.
It's a really interesting point, actually.
Yes. And I find that really empowering.
Yeah, it is empowering. Because it's like there are stories that I want to tell, but if I wrote that script, Hollywood would never publish it because of corporateness or their sponsors or whatever would not allow them to publish that content. But because the technology again has moved where like this would have cost $500,000 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Now it costs way less than that. I can now make whatever I want.
Yes. And even with someone like you who has social credibility, you probably still can't get approval from Hollywood easily, right? Yeah. But you have an idea, you want to use these models.
I can do it myself.
Go do it. You might just like put it online and gain 200,000 views.
Can definitely do it myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I think there are definitely pros and cons. It's never black or white.
But, I mean, that's what everything is like.
Yes.
This, yeah.
And that side of it is very powerful. Marginalized people of different kinds. It could be that like brown people, black people that are marginalized in the West
really good point.
get to create content, tell stories for themselves.
Yeah.
For their audience.
Yeah. I have a long-standing view on this, and I don't disagree with you. Okay, wait. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for doing this.
You.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
I did.
You were awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can just put the mic down. You're a star. Thank you. Thank you. How are you? Michael. Nicholas, nice to meet you. Did Martin tell you how to use the microphone?
Oh, yeah.
Just pretend like it's an ice cream cone. Let's try to improvise something. Just let it ride. Founding growth lead?
Yeah, founding growth lead.
Steel browser.
Steel browser.
Tell me, what is Steel browser?
So Steel browser is basically
a little higher.
Yeah, sorry.
Got it. No, it's okay.
So Steel browser is browser infrastructure for agents. If you need to spin up thousands of browsers at the same time to let your agent loose on the web to perform some action for you.
Why is the browser necessary for agents?
Oh man, everything is web.
Tell me.
Everything is web. Web is the biggest thing that humanity built ever.
Right.
Like it's the biggest source of everything. You can nowadays you can do like imagination is the limit.
Right. What changes when, from a UI perspective, when agents are interacting with browsers from when humans are interacting with browsers?
Yeah, web is super messy. It's like a jungle. It's like a jungle.
But it's like a bad jungle.
Yeah, it's a super ugly, spiky jungle that is trying to kill you.
Why did we design it like this? Why did we let this happen?
We were designing for humans.
Yeah.
And we were trying to figure out a bunch of things. So in the last decade was spent how to fight against bots. But now the bots are here.
but now the bots are here on purpose.
Yeah, on purpose.
And they're here for
a way, us.
like, yeah, they're here for us as opposed to muck around
against
with us.
Yeah.
No?
That's true.
So what changes?
What
changes? Now that the bots are here for us, now that agents are acting on our command as opposed to just like freelancing, what changes in the browser? What changes on the web? How does it go from being messy and ugly and disgusting to being like clean and efficient and helpful?
I'm not seeing this transition yet. Like,
isn't that the plan?
I'm seeing like at least we will need a decade, and
a decade
for a transformation to reach like Web 4.0 or something. But in the meantime, we will need to operate the web.
Yeah,
as is. So web is serving primarily humans, and now it needs to transition to something else. API era tried to operate the web through but it's never made it.
Why?
It's super hard. It's not easy.
Yeah, so I can't write my own API calls.
Yeah.
And that makes it hard, I think.
Yeah, it's hard.
Right.
But nowadays, I'm seeing this transition. It will happen, but we have a lot of work to invest
to get it to there. So tell me a little bit more about Steel Browser and how it spins up agents or why it's there and like how it's different.
So we are seeing a lot of agentic type of uses, workflows in recent years. Like we are seeing the whole shift that's happening. Like even our customers, when we are onboarding them, we are seeing more than 44% coming through some type of AI recommendation.
What does that mean?
Like ChatGPT, what's the best browser to use for this or that problem, or asking Cloud Code to recommend you the tech stack. So 44% of our new users are coming through AI recommendations. So imagine the implication on the other side. So with Steel Browser, you can spin up as many browsers you want. You can give it to your agent. We have AI native tools like CLI, skills, and stuff like that. It's very easy. Just drop one line or tell your agent. Like yesterday, just for fun, I helped a colleague to set up Hermes agent, and I just told the Hermes, okay, find Steel Browser and set it up for me.
Right.
And it did it. And then you are unlocked. Like you can import your own profiles, your credentials, passwords, accounts, whatever, and then agent is representing you.
So can I set up my own instance of Steel Browser?
We are fully open source, so you can spin up your own.
And then I can build agents in the browser.
You can self-host it, you can do whatever. We are playing a lot with building our own agents. So
what are you using now? If you're not building your own agents, what are you using for your agentic aspect of the browser?
We're using everything. So we are in this phase, like everyone is in this phase of experimentation.
So you're agnostic to whatever.
Yeah, we are very
whatever
agnostic.
model you're
We are
using.
maybe the most agnostic provider. So we are. This is our philosophy. So you need to be able. It's like Lego bricks, and we want to be really open and really like friendly.
So Agent Labs,
Yeah, Agent
Model Labs.
Model Labs.
Where's the value? And for people that don't necessarily know what that means, maybe you can define like what that is and what that means, and then talk about like where the value is. What is an Agent Lab?
So we are now seeing all of the layers of value that are being opened by figuring out the use cases. Now we were very much driven by building new models.
Yep.
And we are reaching this inflection point where we already have very capable models, and we need to figure out how to use them.
Yeah.
And majority of humanity is still failing at that.
Completely. I feel you're talking about these big frontier lab models, yeah? Yeah, I think the only use case, not the only, but like the biggest use case is either agents or coding.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. We need to figure out how to make them work for us.
Right.
And it's not super easy.
Right.
It's very domain specific.
Yeah.
And it needs some human touch, understanding of the underlying problem. So that's where this type of like, previously there was a thesis, you just need a better model, wait for the better model, and it will unlock the next value for your users.
Right.
But we are seeing that harnesses are very important.
Harnesses are super
and
important.
They need to be very tailored to a specific use case.
So are you of the belief that as we move forward, that the models themselves are going to get smaller, more specific, and maybe even more vertical specific, so that a model that's just like doing travel just knows travel.
Yeah.
And doesn't know everything else. And then on top of that, you can build an entire agentic workforce around it that can help serve people in the and the reason why I'm thinking about this is because one of the guys that I was just talking to wrote his own travel thing. He works for Cursor. He wrote his own travel thing. But I'm thinking travel's a great place where I feel like there should be just like one model that knows everything about travel, everything about hospitality, and that's all it knows, and it does that. Are you suggesting that that's going to happen?
Sure. So I'm a huge believer in a mixture of small models, where you have very specific models, like domain-specific or action-specific models. We are playing a lot with fine-tuning our own models. Being a browser infrastructure company, we obviously have a huge number of data traces and stuff that we can build on.
Right.
And we are seeing this like inference crunch. The compute is not there yet.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like the big companies are like having trouble serving all of the demand.
You mean because there's just too much demand?
Yeah, too much demand. We've seen like Anthropic signing a deal with X for the compute.
So this is really interesting, right? Anthropic signs a deal with X to use Colossus One.
Yeah.
But X actually has their own AI business that computes directly with Anthropic. What's going on there? What's your view?
Yeah, it's a crisis.
Because it's crazy, but you're suggesting as well that like there is a compute deficit out there, right? There's a lack of enough compute for people to actually go out and do this, and yet Colossus through XAI is selling or renting their compute.
Yeah, I would maybe avoid talking about their internal type of stuff, but
you understand what I mean. Like
Anthropic has a huge use case with Cloud Code. Cloud Code was a huge unlock for them.
Massive.
And basically secured the next stage for them. So, yeah, they just need a lot of compute. And
so what's your... Yeah, they need a lot of compute. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure, please.
No, you didn't want to finish? Where are you based?
I'm based... the company is US-based. Majority of team is Toronto.
In Toronto,
Canada. I'm based in Croatia.
Okay,
so
but then how do you see, because one of the bottlenecks obviously is compute, but the compute then backs up into the other bottleneck is the data centers where these things are getting built. I read a lot about these data centers, and I feel like a lot of people are trying to build a data center like out in the countryside somewhere, whether it's in Japan or in the United States or in Canada or in Croatia, it doesn't matter, but there's still a lot of pushback.
Yeah, it's a huge impact on everything, I suppose. But I think the biggest blocker is energy.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. I'm seeing like the market is opening up. We have a huge need for inference, and like not only that, like we are seeing finally some of the AI companies reaching out to product market fit stage, where they are like multiplying the need for the inference through like third party type of applications. Like Cloud Code spends so many tokens. It's very much a different use case than Chat GPT, like a chat type of interfaces, where you have this kind of agentic workflows, like layered workflows, and all of the craziness. So it's just very hungry for compute.
Are you concerned at all about this sort of incestuous investment, right? So like OpenAI takes an investment from AWS, and then they make an agreement with AWS to spend some of that investment money on AWS, right? Anthropic will get, like, they just take investment from each other and then take that money to invest. You know what I mean? Are you concerned about this at all?
Yeah.
particularly in a world that's resource constrained, as you were talking about before.
Yeah. I don't know what to say there. Like
I don't know what to say either, but like you're involved in it every day, so I'm just curious.
We are in this type of situation, or where everything is just crazy. Everyone is trying to figure it out.
Does it feel like
everyone is betting and hedging their bets
across the board, though?
Yeah.
Right?
So we are still in this very early experimentation phase. Like 3 years ago, when the ChatGPT moment hit, and I'm always having this fear of missing out. You know,
you personally,
but then, yeah, me personally, like. When I'm in SF, it's like I have this huge anxiety that like I'm not just doing.
I'm not doing enough.
So yeah, but I don't know. Like we still need to reach this convergence phase where like we are reaching stable production type of level of things, and we at Steel are seeing that through our customers, where they are basically reaching when they reach the production level implementations, our customers started like having so much demand and spiky demand that we were killing cloud provider regions. So imagine that.
Yeah, that's what I was. So can you give me like a couple of use cases that your customers are doing? And then talk to me about why the usage that they have is so much higher than either they or you expected, so that then it is crashing.
Yeah, so
the cloud.
Unlocking any type of like legacy interfaces, fintech, insurance type of things, where you need to automate something and you don't have any other alternative to do it. Building any type of automation across different websites in the same pipeline. So yeah, a bunch of very different use cases, and that's also a struggle figuring out how to grow more from that.
And are you getting this? So who was it? Was it the CTO of Uber?
Okay.
Said that they'd created a budget for the entire 2026 for their token usage. And by the middle to the end of April, they had already burned through all of it.
Yeah.
So are you getting the sense that a lot of your customers as well don't understand yet how much usage they're actually going to do once they become, you know, enamored of the agentic processes that they're building?
Yeah, we are in this
phase. They just don't understand it yet. How big it's, how much it's going to cost, how big it's going to be, stuff like that.
It's heavily subsidized still. That's my feeling, and we are all like.
You mean by the big frontier labs?
Yeah, sure.
It definitely is.
So we are token maxing at this stage, and I should say, like, everyone should enjoy this moment in time.
Yeah, definitely,
and spend as many tokens as they can.
Go ahead.
We are seeing, like, from especially like Anthropic recent changes in their.
OpenAI just announced the same thing yesterday, the day before, right?
Yeah, we will see how this will develop. I'm like super afraid.
I was gonna say, are you concerned for your own customers, right? Because
sure.
Because if you're paying for the $20 package or the $200 package, once you burn through that, now you have to go through the API. It's going to be way more expensive.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we did a whole show on that last night or 2 nights ago, and we have an opinion on it.
We are trying to figure out the whole end-to-end type of thing, like some assembly required still.
Right.
But one of the pieces for sure is like domain-specific, action-specific type of small models that will like solve very specific cases where will be cheap to operate, and that could be a part of the solution. Even like we are seeing increasing quality of the final outputs, where you have a very specific small model that is just for that use case.
Yeah, I want to build my own model that's small enough so it's just for the stuff that I want to do. I don't need any of the other extraneous stuff. I don't code at all. Martin does all the coding. I want something that doesn't have any chuff on it.
Yeah.
It just does what I want it to do. I need to figure out how to build that. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this though. What's more important on the margin, right? On the edges? Reliability for an agent or the intelligence of the agent? And what does that mean really? Reliability.
In production type of circumstances, for sure, really reliability. I'm done. I'm so cooked. Like
It's okay.
I had back-to-back meetings
It's
for
okay.
days
It's okay.
now.
I love
So,
it. I love
yeah.
it. Back to back meeting for days.
But yeah, basically, Sam Altman tweeted a few days ago, would you like speed or intelligence or something like that?
Right.
What would you prefer? I'm always for speed. So having faster workflows where you can iterate, do several passes, do some judging on top of that, and then picking out the best solution in order to increase the quality.
Right.
Yeah.
Why is speed so important for you?
For the final experience, basically, we're always. It really depends on the use case. If you have offline workloads, which can do stuff you don't care about but when you have we have customers that they're embedding our previews, live sessions in their products. So these type of use cases are.
How does speed actually manifest itself? Like speed of what? Speed of development or just everything just moving faster? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know, like speed of seeing the output as fast as you can.
Got it.
Yeah, we are humans. We don't have patience.
We need feedback.
Yeah, we need feedback.
So what is the thing that stresses you out the most about being in Silicon Valley and San Francisco?
Oh man.
but because you say you do have teams there, US based, a lot of teams in Toronto, you're in Croatia.
Yeah.
You're Croatian, yeah?
Yeah, I'm Croatian.
But are you against like just going, I'm packing it up, I'm moving to San Francisco. I'm
no,
just gonna
man.
drop myself in there.
I would die because I tend to get overly excited. You know, you're meeting so many
people.
Yeah, so many people.
But do you feel
so
like
many great ideas.
Do you feel like you have an information gap? Or
no, I'm like terminally online. So I like. But at least when you're terminally on X, you can control your level of anxiety.
Yeah,
but
fair
when
enough.
you're
But when
there,
you're there
in person and
really
someone types you up, it's terrible.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah.
Why is it? Is it that the environment is not supportive?
No.
Or is it
quite
just
the
you
contrary.
personally?
Quite the contrary. So many great things happening at the same time, and you want to suck it all up in and like do everything.
So it's just like sensory overload.
Yeah, sensory overload.
So that's why you go back to Croatia to get rid of
to
some
relax, to chill, enjoy the sunshine.
You can't be chilling, man. Are you on the ocean in Croatia?
Yeah, I'm on Adriatic coast. Split, so beautiful. City
It's got to be beautiful.
Yeah,
I've never been.
visit.
I've never been. I'd like to go.
You should.
So how often do you get to San Francisco?
Last day I spent a few weeks there. In February and March, couple of weeks when on my previous role. And
what was your previous role?
I was at Daytona.
Oh, well, those guys.
Yeah, those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same stress.
Sandboxing.
Yeah. Interesting business. We're going to talk to them a little bit later today as well.
Cool.
Okay, Nikola. Thank you so much for sitting with us.
It was fun.
I hope you had a good time.
Thank you.
Try to relax.
Yeah, I will.
I don't want to see like you have a heart attack and like all this stuff. Just maybe you go back to Croatia for a couple of weeks. Thank you very much. April, how are you? It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Michael.
You're so much higher than I am. Don't worry about it. Are you comfortable? Don't do that. You can if you can try, but I don't want you to fall. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. So, April Chin,
Yes,
co-CEO
that's
at
right.
Resaro. Maybe before we jump into this, maybe give people a little bit about the great work that Resaro is doing. What is it? What does Resaro do?
Resaro is an independent AI assurance and testing company.
Insurance.
Assurance.
Assurance. Go ahead.
That's right. So we are providing the testing and validation platform as an infrastructure for engineers to be able to validate AI.
Okay. So now talk to me about why testing, what kind of testing gets done for AI? Why is it important? What would happen if Resaro wasn't there, kind of thing?
If Resaro wasn't there, there wouldn't be enough confidence to use AI in the real world where it's mission critical.
But does that mean that everybody who's developing AI, meaning everybody that's here at some level, is doing some sort of testing that's external, if you know what I mean? Because they have their own testing that's internal.
That's
But
right.
what you're saying is you're building an infrastructure.
For them to be able to do better and more in-depth and more relevant testing as they build the product.
So give me an example of like where something could go wrong.
Yeah.
And why this stuff needs to be stress tested, or why there need to be like standard operating practices, SOPs around all this stuff, so that people that are listening can understand like why that's really necessary.
I think
Because I'll put you this way.
Yeah.
Like when Facebook came out, I would submit to you that there should have been testing around like what is the social impact of this, but that never happened. And you can see what the results are. Give me like a kind of similar example for what's happening in the AI world, why this is necessary. I think it is.
Yeah.
And what the bad outcome would be and what a good outcome would be based on the fact that there is testing.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yes. Actually, today there was news that one of the consulting company used AI to generate their reports, and there was hallucination in it. And by now, we have seen a few of those incidents happen, right? Even in legal cases.
Yeah.
In the work that we do, working with, for example, security agencies, when we test computer vision, it's generally very high performing these days, but when you start to vary the data sets for different weather conditions, for different sort of faces, for different objects under different scenarios, that's when we see the results very significantly.
Can we talk about computer vision?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
So we have a studio in Bangkok.
Yes, I heard.
I'm trying to give you new information. You're like, I already know. We have a studio in Bangkok, and to get into the studio, it's facial recognition.
Yep.
Like if I'm wearing sunglasses, or if I'm wearing I never wear a hat, but sometimes I wear sunglasses. It's Bangkok, right? It doesn't know me. But if you walked in here to this room, you're wearing a Resaro short, I can see you.
Yeah.
And if you were wearing sunglasses, and frankly, probably if you were wearing a cap, I would know it was you.
Yeah.
So when you're doing this testing, what kind of feedback are you giving to people that are doing this vision stuff? And when can it get good enough to be as good as my eyes and my brain?
We are testing it in ways that even your eyes may not be able to detect.
Go ahead. I have a follow-up.
Yeah,
go
okay.
ahead.
But first of all, I want to say I have walked past facial verification systems in commercial buildings
all over the place
that have mistaken me as an employee of the building.
No.
Yes.
Really?
It happens.
No.
It happens.
I've seen the reverse happen all the time. Where like I know I'm in the system, I know it's me.
Yeah.
I do this thing, and they see my face, they're like, "Yeah, rejected." But I've never seen the reverse.
Maybe I have a very common face, but
I don't know what that
it
means.
happens.
That wasn't my point.
No, yeah. So what we do is we perturb the images, right?
You what?
Perturb. So as you age
Yeah.
or when you change your glasses,
Right.
different hairstyles, but there are also more sophisticated, what we call adversarial techniques that you can use to trick the system,
Right.
like face morphing and so on. And that's how we really
Face morphing.
Yeah, so if I have a sister
Yeah.
and we morph our images and enroll that into the system,
Right.
then it could possibly trick the system to allow both myself and my sister to enter the building.
Oh.
So there are lots of these.
Are you and your sister doing this? Are you and your sister doing this?
I don't actually have a sister, so
Good,
don't
I'm glad.
worry. I
I'm
will
glad.
not get into that line.
Yeah, good. Don't do that. Feels like a bad thing for
No,
people
no,
to do.
yeah.
Okay, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
But then it feels like there's a little bit of an arms race, right?
Yes.
In other words, your clients are going to want to roll out their products as fast as they possibly
That's
can,
right.
right? They're iterating and developing stuff,
Yeah.
and whether it's vision or any other kind of artificial intelligence that's getting used, they want to roll out as fast as possible. How do you, because they're up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, iterating stuff.
Yeah.
How does Resaro keep up to date enough on the technology side? And this doesn't even get into cybersecurity and all this other stuff. We can talk about that too. But how do you just keep up with all the tools, all the development that they're doing so that the testing you're doing is still relevant, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a great question, right? And one myth I want to address today is that there are already a lot of MLOps tools available, and that therefore there's no need for more testing tools.
Go ahead.
And the analogy I want to give is there's a difference between tracking your health on your Apple Watch,
Right.
which gives you a lot of data points,
Yeah.
versus actually doing a lot more tests and checkups to really push the limits of your body.
Sure. Like this is
Right.
interesting,
Yeah.
but it's not like going to the doctor and actually getting all of those things all that information actually really tested.
Like if you were to go climb Mount Everest tomorrow,
yeah.
are you just going to rely on
No.
right?
No.
And for us, what we are offering really is the infrastructure to build evidence for deployment on top of all your, usual parameters that you're already tracking, like performance, latency, and
So who are your, and I don't want to know their names, but like, how would you qualify or characterize your customers?
Our customers are the ones that are using AI at scale for areas that are high risk, high impact,
Like what?
critical infrastructure,
So like
defense,
analyzing bridges,
yeah,
analyzing airplanes,
defects in
analyzing
bridges,
trains.
having to detect drones that are entering airports, right?
Oh, really?
Unknown drones that are trying to enter airports. Analyzing the use of AI in defense systems.
Okay, that's interesting.
We evaluate the use of deepfake detectors to detect scams. So we are not building the AI product.
Right.
We are complementary to the developers that are doing that.
So is this type of testing mandatory?
Not yet.
But should it be?
It should be, because if you take the aviation industry as an example.
Yeah. I was gonna say the car industry, but same thing. Yeah,
same thing, right? Do you think twice about entering a car or a plane? No, you don't.
No, but in the 70s you did.
And
you definitely did, yeah.
Yeah. And it all started in the 1930s when they started to create the infrastructure for verification, right? So you have your wind tunnels. Today you have your air control tower. These things are not in place yet, and that's what we're aiming to provide.
So, again, just for the audience, there was a book written, I believe, in the late 60s by Ralph Nader called "Unsafe at Any Speed."
Yeah,
and it actually forced the auto industry to change the way they tested their cars.
Yeah.
Because you could die.
Yes, you could.
And while this is not physical death,
yeah,
it could be existential. You know what I mean? Like you're not dying personally, but bad business outcomes, bad acts, like all this kind of stuff is possible. It's not mandatory yet. How do you, and again, this gets back to a similar question, but how do you ensure that the products that you're building, that you're testing in like an enclosed environment in a lab, are actually going to work in the real world? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
So our platform, in a way, incentivizes the engineer to bring in the use case context, or what we will call operational design domain, right at the beginning of that development and validation process, right? You have to already think about the way in which you want the AI to operate in the real world, define that so that it gives you the scope for what you expect. And then from there, be able to extend the test cases.
But how do you fix this problem? Like you said, you walk into building A, you're not an employee there. You scan your face and they're just like, please go upstairs to the 12th floor. But how do you fix that? And how do you test that? Because that's what I'm talking about, right? Because I'm 100% sure that whoever installed that facial recognition software, they tested it.
Yes, they did.
But they definitely failed.
Typically, how it's done today is you tell your employees, hey, we're buying a new system.
Everybody gets their face scanned.
Please, can you walk through it and help us test the system for 1 week, 2 weeks, right? But you are using your existing data set to test it. What you will need to do is ask yourselves, okay, what would be the range of people that I would expect to come into my building, right? You want then your test set to be representative of different ages, different ethnicities, and so on.
But I mean, how did you know that it worked? Were you specifically trying to
I could enter the building.
But why? Why would you try to do that?
I did. Well,
you didn't. You just walked past the sensor and it said, please come in.
I wanted to enter the building. I didn't know what was the procedure. I just stood there and it opened. It opened.
So
I don't go to all the buildings.
No, I didn't think that wasn't my point. But because your business is testing, I thought maybe it was one of these things you just went out into the field and said, let me just see what's working, what's not working. Did they become your client?
Not yet.
Not yet. What are we doing? What are we doing?
They should, yes. Yeah.
How do you decide when you're doing your testing what safe enough is?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because you could literally, there are edge conditions for everything.
Yes.
And it's never going to be 100% perfect. How do you decide what's safe enough? Maybe give me an example or two.
Well, it's taken the airline industry 70 years to get there, right? To define that our acceptable threshold is 1 death per 1 million
Is that what they say? One death for 1
but
million people.
yeah, or 10 million actually per flights. 10 million flights.
10 million flights.
So that's a pretty good threshold. That's why we don't think twice about taking a plane.
No, I
In the
never worry
AI
about it.
industry, we haven't gotten there yet. What we're trying to do is accelerate by first defining what we call the safety case,
Go ahead.
right? That involves taking your use case context,
Right.
articulating what needs to be tested,
Yeah.
how much you want to push the boundaries of that. For example, Waymo,
Yep.
Waymo car drove into the water just earlier this week. That's what we call
We're in Singapore,
in San Fran.
in San Francisco.
Strategic planning failure, right? And you want to define the safety case to be able to test some of these strategic planning
Because
failure
that's not safe
scenarios.
enough.
No, it's not. I don't think so.
That's
Yeah.
not safe enough.
No.
Sorry, I interrupted
But
you.
it's a very long tail of risk, right?
Yeah, but still.
Still, you have to be able to try and tackle some of it. Then comes the actual toolkit and technique. Some of it you can simulate, some of it you have to do in the real world.
Right.
But the AI industry has not fully gotten there yet. And in the meantime, we've already pushed AI demo level into the real world.
Yeah.
And that's why we exist, right? Because we're trying to kind of focus on this piece and quickly provide the tooling.
What is the acceptance level, right? Because the AI
Yeah.
industry, whether it's anybody that's here or people
Yeah.
that aren't at this conference,
Yeah.
it's running like at full speed times
Yes.
2.
Yes.
And if you're innovating on the edge,
Yes.
you don't want anyone to get in your way.
No.
And I'm not suggesting you're getting in anybody's way.
Yeah.
But what is the acceptance level for these people that are running at full speed to say, oh, we should also test this? Whatever sector it is.
The acceptance level ultimately needs to be decided by the operational decision maker.
Yeah. Sure. But
Yeah.
but still, like, it's humans involved, right?
Yeah.
They're like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm going forward regardless.
Yeah.
Right. So how do you convince them that this is necessary?
Well, I don't need to convince them because there's actually a huge, what we call validation bottleneck. In the
ahead.
last 2 years, we've seen AI technology increase tremendously.
Massively, yeah.
Lots of potential demos, pilots. But when it comes to deploying them in the real world, they are all stuck
Why?
at the committee level, right?
You mean internally?
Internally, yeah.
So sorry, go ahead.
Engineers have done a lot to train and test it,
Right.
but the decision maker is now, unsure. How do I take in these results to?
So tell me if you're not seeing this. I feel like, at least in all the conversations that I'm having, there's a tension.
Yes.
Senior management, all the way up to the C-suite, is saying we need to do more AI.
Yeah.
Employees down here are thinking, like, how can we use this?
Yeah.
And when it bubbles up to a certain point, someone has to decide deploy.
Yeah.
So there's this tension between, you told me to deploy,
Yeah.
but you also
Yes.
told me, like, you told me to do something.
Yes.
I don't feel like it's safe enough.
Yeah.
How does that bottleneck get fixed?
It either things get pushed back to the engineer to keep remediating, refining, make it even better.
Yep.
Or it gets pushed out regardless, and then you see sometimes
Then
that
there's a problem,
incidents
right?
happen. That is a problem, and this is what we call the evidence gap,
Yeah.
right?
So how do you close the evidence gap?
First of all, you need to have a very robust testing infrastructure.
Yeah, for sure.
And what we then do is we also translate the technical results into something that is of decision-making quality.
Got it.
And typically, it boils down to 5 to 7 what we call indicators, right? Accuracy,
Go ahead.
cost, performance, and so on.
Yep.
And over there, the decision maker has to make the trade-offs.
So what kind of reception are you getting when you go to clients? Like, are people happy to have testing for this?
The engineers and the decision makers who are thinking 2 steps ahead,
Yeah.
they love it when they hear about us.
They do though, right?
Because they know that we
It
can
saves
help.
them.
We can help unblock this validation bottleneck. And they are facing pressure right now, right, from their board or their stakeholders
For
to
sure.
say, let's get going and
So
show the value.
Is there a cyber angle here as well?
There is. It's a very broad problem space.
Tell
We
me.
cover like performance, safety, some aspects of security, but in the cyber part, there's also, really putting on the hacker mindset and trying to rate team it.
And what is the impact of agentic AI?
Oh, it's compounding the problem space.
But tell me how.
right?
So tell me how, like, if there's a
Yeah.
process that's not agentic at all,
Yeah,
and then agentic is at least introduced or tested,
yeah.
how does it complicate things? Go through the whole process.
If pre-agentic, if you consider AI to be one black box, then varying the input and reviewing the output
Yep.
can give you a good enough sense of
Fair
the
enough.
performance. But agentic means within that black box, you now have many subsystems. Each subsystem can make its own decision and it's learning and intelligent.
Right.
And therefore, the compounding effect of reliability can go from 90% to 30% between
Yeah.
the beginning to the end.
Right. So
Yeah.
because agentic itself is so new, I mean, I
Yes.
would say AI itself, in the way it's being implemented today, is very new.
Yeah.
The right, what's the right thing? What do I want to say? The right to guardrails,
Yes.
the right sort of rules around how it can and
Yeah.
can't be used
Yeah.
are not implemented everywhere.
No.
So are you part of that process as well? That those
Yes.
that the framework within which both generic AI but also agentic AI can be used needs to then go through an approval process. Because frankly, the way some institutions build this stuff is they just
Yeah.
give it to everybody.
Yes.
And then I can build an agent, you can build an agent, she can build an agent.
Yes. And
It's
then
like
what?
and then what?
Yeah.
But is it as part of the way that these guidelines get built?
Yeah.
Should there be testing involved in that as well?
Definitely. And we are heavily active in that as a third-party tester, contributing back to standards,
Right.
contributing back to guidelines by participating in sandboxes, right?
So this gets back to the question I was asking you before,
Yeah.
though. How do you keep up with this change?
Yeah.
In the sense that 6 months ago, nobody cared about agentic AI.
Yeah.
Very small niche people were like thinking about it and implementing it.
Yeah.
But then boom, it's just out there.
Yeah.
Now you have to like rework all the stuff that you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
So we work very closely with our customers who we also see as our design partners.
Yeah.
And as they develop their applications for their use cases, we come in early to, figure out that testing infrastructure with them. And a lot of the learnings that we get, we are the ones that figure out how deep to go, how to scale it for them. And that's
Right.
that synergy, right, that we have.
So in the auto industry and in the airline industry,
Yeah.
one of the actually outcomes of the fact that there is testing now is that airlines can get insured.
Yeah.
Cars can be insured.
Yes.
Car insurance is mandatory, by the way.
Yes, that's
Auto
right.
insurance is mandatory. Is there an insurance angle here?
There
In
is.
other words, do you work with
Yeah.
big like property and casualty insurers, big software insurers, and become part of that whole flow in that process so that it becomes now, in a way, mandatory to use a business like Resaro? Am I
Yeah.
pronouncing that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Because if you don't do it, then you can't get insured.
I think this will come in the next 2 to 5 years.
You think so?
However, the underwriter ultimately needs to have the evidence, right, to figure out how to underwrite. And
Right.
that is the first piece that we're aiming to solve.
Right, but doesn't it mean that what you do needs
Yeah.
to become like foundational in a way
For sure.
to what the insurance companies do?
Yes.
Because otherwise they're just like, cannot do.
No, cannot, because how is the underwriter going to decide first of all, how do I assess your performance and risk of the application?
There's no way of knowing, right?
No way of knowing. And then it becomes a you say, she says, and
Right.
yeah.
Are you worried?
Um,
Are you worried? Like, when do you sleep is really the question. But are
Yeah.
you worried that as this continues to develop,
Yeah.
that the amount of use cases that are going to need to be run through the Resaro filter is just going to grow to be so big that it's just going to be impossible to keep up with?
I am actually optimistic that,
I mean, you wouldn't build anything if you weren't slightly optimistic, right? 'Cause
yeah,
Otherwise, you just go home and give up. But it's moving so fast.
it is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am actually optimistic that just as in the machine learning world, we eventually realize that model capability is not the only thing, right? To make it into a production quality. It's the infrastructure.
Yeah.
I am optimistic that players like Resaro in the infrastructure space, we are moving very fast to provide the capability
Do you game plan
all the time.
and scenario plan and
Yeah.
do scenario analysis around things that don't exist yet, but that you and the team think like, if we were building AI, we would consider building this in this vertical, and then try to come up with, and if that does get built, here's how we would test it.
I'm a scenario planner at heart, so that's always in my mind.
How did I know?
Yeah, how did you know?
How could I possibly have known?
I think we definitely have a view of what's the pipeline of mission critical use cases that are coming.
But you think you do. But my
Yes.
point is that, like,
Yeah.
sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So I was gonna say, but even for stuff where you're like, you're just not sure.
Yeah.
But you do all this scenario analysis and think like, maybe they're gonna do this because we see the development curve.
Yes.
We see other places where
Yes.
this technology has been
Yes.
implemented,
Yes.
and it's not here yet.
Yeah.
But it's going to be there, and if it is there, we need to be ready before it's there
Yeah.
to build a testing paradigm to understand that.
So it's both that scenario analysis and making a leap, and also anchoring our work in real applications with real engineers, because this is a space where theoretically you can build a lot of different testing approaches.
No, for sure,
and in fact, there's a lot of good work in research, right?
Yeah.
But the gap is really that translation and the impact, and does it actually work when an engineer is going to use it in a CI/CD pipeline and so on.
What were you doing before you were building this?
I was in policy and governance in the Singapore government. And after that, I worked in an AI startup where we were building an ML ops platform with governance by design.
That's why you're so good at this.
So this is a very natural extension and passion for me. Yes.
You haven't changed. You've just kind of moved the surface on what you're doing the same thing. Okay, April, it was great to have you.
Thank you so much.
Was this okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I have a little gift for you.
I will definitely use this.
It's a Resaro.
I don't have any intelligence. I'm not sure it's approved, but I'll definitely use this. Thank you so much. How are you? How do I properly pronounce your first name? Vedran. Michael. It's nice to meet you. Martin told you how to use the microphone? Awesome.
Hi.
So why don't you tell me a little bit about what Daytona does, and then we'll jump into some of the questions, if that's okay.
Okay. Daytona provides secure infrastructure for running your AI agent or your agentic workflows.
Mhm.
And so we're around 2 years. We started with something a little bit different. So
What did you start
we
with?
started we built a solution for scaling development environments
Mhm.
for large teams to help them organize and synchronize their development environments. So we solved the problem what we call it works on my machine.
Go ahead.
And that was before the whole AI thing started.
Started to blow up.
Yes. And we did that very good. So we developed a system where we could clone the entire development environment with all of its dependencies in almost instantly.
Almost in an instant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And we did a bunch of other things around the configuration. We figured out this is not gonna end well. Like
Why?
human development, like humans as developers are basically dying markets in that traditional sense.
In
Right?
traditional sense. Yeah. They're not going away, I think.
Of course, they're not going
But their work
away.
is going to
but
change completely.
Yes.
Go
And
ahead.
so we figured out what we built is really useful for AI agents. And
What was the epiphany? Like, what was the moment where you thought, like, what had to happen for you as a team to think this is good for humans, but way better for agents?
it's a good question. It was not just one moment.
No, for sure.
It was happening throughout
Yeah.
that was 2024, I think.
Go ahead. Makes sense.
Yes, and that summer we were seeing a lot of things changing, and we were trying to figure out what's going on.
Right.
And there were signals from everywhere around us,
Yep.
especially our customers, our potential customers approaching us and saying like, we don't need your interface, just give us your runtime.
What does that mean? Just give us they don't care about the interface at all.
We just need your environments.
Right.
The provision,
because
right?
they weren't using it, the agents were using it.
Yeah.
So that was the tipping point where you're like,
yeah.
oh, they don't care what it looks like. They just want the back end stuff to test things.
Yes. And they needed like a very simple API. They said like, we don't need all of your desktop, like your
So they wanted the
dashboards.
product. They wanted the product.
Yes.
But they didn't care about like the bells and whistles.
No.
They're just like, give me the
No.
back end. That's
No.
where all the fun happens. That's where all the testing happens.
Exactly. And that was the moment that we figured out, okay, we need to rewrite our API. We need to keep what's useful
Yeah.
for our customers.
Right.
And that's how we basically pivoted into what we are doing now.
So how would you characterize what you're doing now then? Like just
We are-
describe it at scale.
sorry, we are building the fastest infrastructure platform for running AI agentic workloads.
But does that mean it's for testing?
No, it's not for testing. It's actually like if you look how agentic workloads actually
Tell me, like
work. So
yeah.
they're untrusted by nature, right?
Almost
So
by definition.
yes, and it's a very different paradigm than traditional applications, which were trusted, right? Before you would.
Yeah, because the application itself wouldn't do anything.
Yes, because you built it. You trust your application, and you would protect your application from the outside world, right?
Yeah.
And this time you need to protect your infrastructure from inside, where you run your agents, right? Because you are letting them run untrusted code all the time. And
what do you mean by I understand, but just for the audience,
okay.
when you say you let them run untrusted, why is an agent inevitably untrusted?
Well, because the agent, you have no control over the agent, right? You can play some guardrails. We can talk about that, but
Please do.
In essence, your agent will read something, will get some kind of instruction from any kind of source.
Right.
It will communicate with the model, and basically, in most cases, you don't know how the model works. The model will respond with something that you don't, again, control, and the agent will just do what the model says, right?
Right. So how do you? I always try to make the digital comparison between like the digital world. So in this case, agentic AI, an agent running that's maybe untrusted, to just like a human employee.
Yeah.
Who, frankly, to me is also untrusted.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I wouldn't just give not you, but like somebody the keys to my Ferrari and just be like, "I'll see you on Saturday."
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
I would build rules and guardrails and stuff around it.
Yeah.
How do you build the same rules and guardrails around agentic, and where does it fit into what Daytona is doing?
Yeah, that's a good analogy. But with employees, like you have an onboarding process, right? And you have some kind of agreement where your employees has certain responsibilities that you sort of trust they will not break, and you also create a permission system around your employees, so not every employee can access everything in the company, right? So
Not
you have
at the beginning for sure. Yeah,
you have to do everything again for agents, but on scale.
So So how do you? Because every environment's different.
Yeah.
How do you work with your clients to help them build those guardrails? Do you know what I mean? Because agentic AI is so new. People have been hiring other people to do work for 300 years, 500 years, whatever it is. But people have not been building and employing or deploying agents for more than like 6 months or less. So at some level, it's not your responsibility, but you may have more insight than a big company has. How do you work with them to build these guardrails that you were talking about? And what should they look like?
We actually don't build guardrails. We give them tools.
That's what I mean.
And
So
the runtime. So like if you look at our docs and if you look what we are building and with our upcoming features, we are very kind of focused on creating a good system that you can limit what the agent can actually do and what the agent can actually have access to.
Right.
It's not, we don't enforce, but we allow our users to set it up.
So this is a really good point. On day one, if I hire like a new employee, a new college graduate, I don't give them access to everything because I don't trust them. I mean, I kind of trust them as a new employee.
Yeah.
But over time, they behave in a way that's proper. I do build guardrails for them, physical guardrails, and also intellectual guardrails. And then they behave properly inside there. So I give them more breadth so they can do more things. Is there an analogy to that for an agent where like on day one, you're just like, I don't know what that dude's going to do. And I build guardrails, you build the tools for that, but that you can widen it out as the agent learns and becomes better? Or is that just not a thing?
I don't know. That really depends on the use case. Also, the difference between agents and employees is that you can scale agents much faster.
Well, sure. I can spin up 1,000 agents in like 10 seconds.
And you can have very specialized agents doing very specialized things.
For
so
sure.
I think orchestration is the answer for what you are describing, rather than just like creating general purpose agent that can do a lot of things. I think it's better to create specialized agent and have an orchestrator.
Right.
that
I
manages
agree.
them.
Can I ask you this though? You talked about the original product, and then you pivoted.
Yeah.
Maybe you can run us through like how hard that was.
That
Like how
that
hard
was
it was,
wild.
and how you. Because maybe the skill set that was there wasn't appropriate for the pivot. Not for you, but maybe for some of this. Like, tell me how that worked and how hard that was.
I
You're
mean,
shaking your head
we no,
already.
like
Even though it's over, you're still like,
we,
oh my god.
we are a startup, right?
Yeah,
and if you are a startup, you have to behave like a startup. And
Absolutely.
you have to be
When were you
able
founded?
to pivot.
When were you founded? When was Daytona founded?
Daytona was founded 3 years ago.
Okay, so not that long ago.
Not that long. But
Go ahead.
we have origins, like me and my co-founders, we know each other for a long time.
Yeah, yeah.
Our previous company, we founded Code Anywhere. That was probably the world's first cloud IDE. It was
Okay.
back in 2009.
Good for you.
So it's a very long time, right, in this space. So we gained a lot of experience in the similar context.
Sure. What was it like growing it from nothing to like a pretty good ARR really quickly?
Oh.
What does it feel like internally? And again, how hard was that?
It was hard, but it was very exciting. It was, I wouldn't say unexpected, because we expected to become.
You weren't surprised at all by the speed with which this happened.
Honestly, I was. Yeah. Now I'm getting used to it.
Right.
Sorry, I wasn't surprised, but I wasn't ready. We can maybe.
What does that mean, though?
I wasn't ready for
You weren't
that.
ready for it.
Yeah. Now I'm like, as months pass by, we are now like
So
in
now
that phase.
so
that
now
we
that
are
you've done the
growing.
pivot, now that you're ready, now that you're growing, what comes next? What's the big thing that you're working on so that this environment gets better, that agentic AI is actually more robust, more efficient?
Okay, that's a
your
good
clients have a better
question. That's a good
experience?
question. There are two very important things. First, we cannot slow down, because the whole market is basically very dynamic,
It's
and
flying.
we need to always constantly look what's ahead.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we now onboarded some very big clients that again want stability. I think that's the biggest challenge. How do you maintain stability while still developing the new features at this pace?
How do you?
That is what we are trying to figure out. Hopefully we will. Now, we like employ a lot of agents on our side.
Right, to help you scale as
To
well,
help, yes, on basically every aspect of the company.
Do you use agentic code writing to write the code internally?
Yes.
And do you have a preference? I don't want to know what it is, but do you have a preference, or do you use multiple instances?
Multiple models, multiple agents.
And do you let your developers choose the ones that they want to use? So like, I'm more comfortable with Codex, I'm more comfortable with Claude, I'm more comfortable with Cursor, like whatever it is, you just let them use what they want. Yeah.
I just don't want anyone in the company to waste time on something that can be properly automated. That is,
for sure.
Yeah. But their preferences are their preferences.
It doesn't matter to you. What kind of feedback do you get? What's the feedback loop from the institutions with whom you're working? And then how do you take that feedback and build it back into the product?
So we, from the start, we sort of had this policy of that every engineer is actually like a forward deployed engineer.
I was going to say like an FDE.
Yes. And I believe that's the future. That's the new sales people will be FDs. In my opinion.
Go ahead. So you see the model that Anthropic is using. You see the model that OpenAI is using. They've invested literally billions of dollars into their FDE programs. If I remember correctly, Anthropic is going through. No, it's OpenAI is going through private equity companies to try to get them to then have all of their portfolio companies use their product, and they're going to FDE into all of those people if they can. It's expensive, but again, what's one contract worth to you? And Anthropic is going through, I can't remember who it is. Like, will you do the same thing? Have a program to actually go out and say, we know our product is good, but if we want to get forward deployed engineers in all of our clients, we have to work with a consulting company or the consulting industry to do that. Have you thought about that?
Honestly, no, but maybe you're right.
You understand the
it
point, though, right?
makes
'Cause that's what
sense.
those guys are
Absolutely.
doing, and they've actually built separate operating companies
Yeah.
in conjunction with consulting. I think Anthropic goes through consulting companies, and OpenAI goes through the private equity investment companies to do it, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. But what I've learned from that is that you're right. Then your FD, your engineer, becomes a salesperson.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
the introduction's warm as opposed to cold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that sales people are gonna
No, I understand,
lose their jobs. It's just
No,
that,
their job's going to get bigger,
yes, exactly,
way bigger.
and the pace dynamics, the whole market is shifting. You need to be able to help your client to adopt like your product, or to integrate Daytona into their product quickly in days. Like, we are not talking about weeks or months. We need to be able to integrate tomorrow. So that's why you need FDEs.
So you said you and your co-founder previously built a company,
Yeah.
Back in when? 2009. So 2009 does not resemble 2023 or 26
No.
at all.
No.
Like, not at all.
No.
I won't say it was easier back then,
No.
but it was definitely different. How much faster does it feel today than it did back in 2009? Just the speed.
Warp speed different.
It's warp
No,
speed.
really.
I'm honestly curious.
I sometimes look back at my life then, and I was always stressed because you were working hard, but you had time to think about things and to experiment. Right now, you don't have that luxury. You need to make a decision today for tomorrow.
Or yesterday for tomorrow. Like, it's
Yesterday
really
for
weird,
tomorrow.
though, right?
Yes.
Does the necessity for speed get in the way of the product development? I'm curious.
Well, not necessarily. I think that now we have tools that support this kind of dynamics. So if you get your business, let's say, use AI tools that are on disposal, you can pretty much make that feasible.
What does purpose-built agent infrastructure look like at scale? And why? Like, I just wonder, because a lot of this stuff is happening in the cloud anyway.
No.
But the cloud wasn't built for this level of scale either.
Yes.
So how do those two things square together?
I mean, I think that old primitives will stay relevant as well.
What do you mean?
I mean, like AWS, their platform, what they've built so far, it will stay. All of these primitives are needed. It's just that agentic workflows, they need something on top of that allows them to sort of be very fast and let's say creative.
Do you feel constrained? Because a lot of the news that I read and a lot of the conversations I have talk about compute constraints. Is there enough compute out there? So even Anthropic is renting compute.
It's a gold rush
from XAI.
Yeah,
no, it's completely a gold rush, but but at some point you have to have a pick and a shovel to get to the gold.
Yes.
So that's what I'm asking you, because you're in it every day.
Yeah.
Are you running up against compute constraints in your own business? Because that's what I read is happening everywhere.
I'm afraid we are.
You are, though, right?
But what we did from the day one, we built our platform so we can utilize multiple providers. So
so you're not wed AWS or Azure,
we are not
or
locked
anything.
One
but
provider.
Even this is the big question for me, though, right? Because again, there are chip constraints, there are GPU constraints. And when I say chip, I mean CPUs, because CPUs do the communication between the GPUs. Like, all these things are getting constrained. And I'm just curious what it looks like from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, for us,
get in the way of your growth.
It is. To be honest, it is. So we need to make sure that we can utilize everything that is available in the market.
Right.
And that's as far as we can go at this point. We cannot create our own chips as a company of our size.
No, not
but
your size.
What we can do is we can make ourselves able to utilize everything what's available in the market. And
sorry, go ahead.
No worries. And if you cannot do that, then you're in much bigger problem than we are. That is our leverage.
How technical are you?
Very technical.
So did you read the news about Cerberus? So Cerberus did their IPO yesterday.
No, I didn't.
It's okay, but they're building like wafer-sized chips to compete with NVIDIA's GPUs. We don't have to talk about it, but just to me, it's interesting because I've been following the chip market for 3 decades. And I was just curious what somebody who was technical actually thought about it, but it doesn't matter.
No,
it's okay.
it's not my expertise.
You're too busy.
but
You're too busy.
yeah.
You're too busy. That's okay. Okay, look, it was great to have you. Hopefully,
Yeah.
this was good for
Thank you for having
Please come
me.
back. No, it's my complete pleasure. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for being so open and honest about everything. It was really great.
Appreciate
Good luck,
it.
by the way.
Thank you.
It's
Cheers.
tough out there.
It is.
Thank you. You just put it down. Justin, I am doing well. How are you? Yeah, please. Nice to meet you. You don't mind if I take a sip of water?
Sure, please go ahead. Is that about right?
I would face me and
Yeah.
try to keep it up here. So, Justin Baird, founder at Tesseract. Maybe you can give our audience a little bit of an idea about what Tesseract does,
Sure.
and then we can dig a little bit deeper.
Sure, absolutely.
And where are you based?
Based here in Singapore.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I'm based in Singapore. I've been here about 6 years,
Okay.
full time. But going way back, I helped Google start their first office here in Singapore back
did
in
you
like
really?
2009.
Okay, it's a
Yeah.
while ago.
So been doing it for a while.
Okay.
So into tech, kind of mostly fractional CTO, but I'd really call myself a slasher.
A slasher.
So you know, it's CTO, but it's also I run a music nonprofit here in Singapore. I've got a music program in Robertson Key. I run an embodied agents lab in SQ Collective, which is based here as well. So I'm into robots. I'm into music. And Tesseract actually comes from bringing those two things together.
So what does Tesseract do?
So I wouldn't necessarily even call it a company. I would call it an academic pursuit.
Oh, well, why?
So what we've done with this is we wanted to actually push the boundaries of copyright, ownership, what AI can do, because lots of people complain about AI is going to take my creativity away. What we want to do is we want to create AIs that give creative people superpowers. Okay. So we've done a couple projects like that.
Talk to me.
First one was really about taking music, like a live performance, and that listening into that live performance, the real-time generative AI that then turns that music performance into a painting, or an acrylic painting.
Okay.
And so that's where we got started with this. And the concept is the AI is an instrument. Lots of people say, oh, you can't generate copyright using AI.
Why?
Because you do a text prompt and then you've got a beautiful picture. So that kind of stuff, you can't own the copyright. It's gone through court, copyright law, all this stuff. But in this case, it's an instrument. It's an instrument like a saxophone. No one says saxophone owns the copyright.
Right.
But this is interesting because it actually breaks a lot of copyright traditions, because it's actually all of the musicians that generated the music that own that painting.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Has any of these people that are making these decisions ever seen a camera?
You mean in terms of copyright?
Yeah, I can copyright a photo, which is
yeah.
completely generated not by me.
Yeah, that's right.
I can copyright a digital photo. I can take out my iPhone right now and take a picture of you, and I can copyright it tomorrow.
Of course.
So why is there a pushback on having artificial intelligence, which is just another 0 and 1 machine?
Yeah.
Higher.
This is not my
no, I know it's not you.
Argument.
No, I'm with you. I'm just trying to ask why people would have that view on this.
Yeah, so I mean, copyright law in the U.S. This has gone literally to the Supreme Court. There was a case where someone generated an image and they submitted it to an art contest, a famous art contest. I don't remember exactly the
whatever,
one.
because they didn't paint it themselves or whatever.
And then they were awarded the prize, and then it got taken away from them. And this thing went all the way to the Supreme Court or something. And they basically said you can't you can't own it.
So I'm going to submit to you that the legal system doesn't understand what creativity actually is.
Well, that's right, exactly. Is
that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so stemming from that,
go ahead.
After music performance, I've been working on this for 3 years with my collaborator. His name's Dr. Richard Savory. He's based in Australia. The two of us basically kind of work in Singapore and Australia on this. Tesseract.
Tesseract art. Go ahead.
Tesseract.art. Yeah. And we really had this inspiration, which was, we want to create superpowers with AI. Well, why don't we take this and give people creative ability where they don't have ability? So in other words, people with disabilities. So a person with disability, people say PWD. PWD.
We don't have to be as politically.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be clinical.
I don't care. You can be as politically incorrect as you want.
Okay,
I don't
okay,
care.
okay. So like if someone's in a wheelchair or someone has lost their hands or maybe quadriplegic, whatever it might be, we can now use their brain waves to allow them to paint and express themselves.
Interesting.
And so that's where this project has been moving to. And we train with audio first because it's a lot easier to get audio signals. But now we actually have low-cost EEG headsets. So like the way to pick up just with a headband that makes it possible.
So how does a brain computer, and I don't think this is impossible. I don't even think this is fantasy, but I'll give you context after you explain this to me a little bit.
Sure.
How does a brain computer interface actually work well enough to give somebody with, what is it, arterial sclerosis,
yes,
creative control, or even just any activity?
Yeah.
And let me give you some context just so you can understand. When I was 16 years old, my grandmother had ALS, and she was in a hospital. Actually, when I was probably 14, she had it. She died when I was 16. It was the most terrible thing I've ever seen in my whole life because her brain was still working. My grandmother was also mathematically brilliant and an actuary. Her 3-year transfer into death was like the most horrible thing. Because her brain was working. But her muscles were dead.
But yes.
So even just trying to have a conversation with someone who's brilliant required literally blinking letter by letter on one of those play school
machines.
No, not a machine. There was a magnetic board with letters on it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Eva, do you want to spell this word?
Yeah.
Took hours.
Of course.
So this is actually really interesting for me.
Yeah.
Tell me how this works, or if it does work, or what the development stage is like.
Yeah. So, well, actually, I mean, at this conference, we're going to be doing a live demonstration of this tomorrow. Yeah. So that's the big reveal. So the big reveal will.
I won't tell anybody.
Yeah. Well, people can know about it now.
Except the thousands of people that are watching.
That are watching right now. And so what we're going to do is literally have this woman that we're working with who has ALS. She's going to roll onto the.
How old is she?
She's actually only 23.
Ugh.
So so she's it's a progressive disease, as you know. So she had been really into art, and now she really can't even hold anything without her hurting. So it's already starting to progress a little bit.
This is terrible. Sorry, go ahead.
But what we're doing is we're taking inspiration from work that she's done already.
This is interesting, actually.
Yeah, and she's also a part of RDS.
So what do you do? Sorry, we'll get to the details in a second. But what do you do? So in other words, like I can put into, let's just simplify this a little bit. I can take something that I've written word by word on my own, give it into ChatGPT, or I can take 1,000 different things. I can take a manuscript that I've written, or a book that I've written, or poems that I've written, give it to ChatGPT and say, this is Michael's voice. Right. I can give them every podcast that I've done and say, this is Michael's voice.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them out there. And then if I lose the ability to talk, I can say, use the voice that I've created, use the vocabulary, use the syntax, use the pace of my speaking to then create more speech so that someone can ask me things that they know I know, but they don't know. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, of course. Yeah.
So how do you do that with the art? Do you scan the artwork? Do you?
You know what
I mean?
Yeah. So in this particular case, we're still she's able to communicate with us. She's of course able to talk with us. We're in the process of developing all this.
I understand.
But we can take people's previous work, and then we can use that to inform the painting process.
But how do you do that?
Well, so
are you photographing it? Or are you
we do it
scanning it?
We do it in different ways. So I'll give you an example from a project we did last year with another artist. She was just our artist in residence.
Whatever.
But what we did was she gave us 50 caricatures that were drawn in her style. It's a bit of a kind of Japanese anime kind of style.
Okay.
But it was people that looked old, young, glasses, long hair, short hair, whatever, male, female,
and a bunch of different iterations.
We took 50 iterations and built a style LoRa, a low rank adaptation system based upon her work. And then we were able to take a picture of anybody, like we could take a picture of you right now,
I got it.
And then we turn it into a caricature in her
based
style.
on that style.
So we can do these type of things with style, low rank adaptation systems as part of diffusion models. Yeah.
Got it. How hard is that to do?
It's something we did last year, so it's even easier now.
It's easier now. I understand that.
Like, I mean, right
now, what models
yeah.
are you using to do that? Do you build your own models, or do you use?
Yeah, this is all. Well, this was open source stuff that then we built and trained with. Yeah,
you did.
Yeah. In this case, this is kind of a bit of a new frontier, and we're not building a frontier model or anything.
I understand.
But we're literally building this and adapting it to each one of the people that we're working with. And so our inspiration on this is to give people back the creative expression that maybe they're losing or they were never able to have if they're quadriplegic or if they were born without an arm, without arms, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It's harder, I would guess, with people that haven't actually produced a catalog of stuff because you have nothing to go on.
That's right. But we also, in the brain waves interfaces,
this,
the thing that's really made this a revolution like right now is that these low-cost wireless brain interfaces now exist. The brain interface thing that we're using is like less than $500. The stuff that people are used to when you think of EEG brain sensors is like a big helmet with like hundreds of the, it's like by the time you get that set up, you have no inspiration. You just want to like go to sleep.
Like, fuck it, I'm just like,
so
shouldn't have said that, but I did.
Yeah.
Hopefully nobody notices.
But so now it makes it easy and accessible, and we can now start training with that data, and that's what's really powerful about it, and that's what we're excited about.
But like, how does this get paid for?
This is just out of our own inspiration, our own passion.
Yeah, but if it gets bigger and bigger, I mean, just simple server costs are just going to get to be expensive.
Oh, sure. So, I mean, I think what we would want to do with this system now that we're starting to develop like this is to bring this into organizations like RDSS. So that's the Rare Diseases Society of Singapore. These things end up with health or public funding. So that way we could literally create a system and many people could use it in a facility.
But what other opportunities does it open up just besides art? Not that art's not enough.
It opens up a lot of opportunities.
So tell me.
What's super cool about this is imagine someone who is not employable is now employable. They could be remotely teleoperating devices that are in a factory or doing anything anywhere in the world using their brain, and they could get paid for it. It actually opens up a whole new way of working.
So that should be a business.
Absolutely, of course. Yeah. We'll get there.
What does Tesseract mean?
What is Tesseract?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Tesseract is a 4-dimensional cube.
That's that thing.
That's a
representation
of it. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was just that we were doing multi-dimensional analysis to create that. Yeah.
So what does it mean? See, if you can do that, what does it mean? The robot's not there anymore.
Yeah.
But what does it mean for a human's ability then to control robotics?
Yeah.
Remotely, not just machines, but like, again, we take for granted how just like granular
that we
our
can
ability
do
is
stuff.
to do like this thing.
That's right.
We still haven't been able to create a machine that can do this yet.
Yeah. So the dexterity is getting better, but this is the kind of stuff that happens. Like, I mean, robots, of course, if you look at car manufacturing, there's like 20 years of training data that's been done. With these new humanoid robots, all that data is being collected. But now we're getting to that point of dexterity. Like this company Genesis, like a week ago, just showed hands that have like 27 degrees of freedom that can play the piano. I just won I was one of the finalists in a open AI Codex hackathon where I literally used my robot hand to do a jazz improvisational performance. And that was like one day just to get that working. So exponentially, these things are going to get better. Yeah.
What kind of infrastructure has to be built so that this work kind of stuff can be unlocked?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's already dark factories that all over the place.
Tell me, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, so for example, there are dark factories what that means is you don't need any lights for the factory to work. Like it's all totally automated, whatever. I mean, just for the audience, anybody,
it's in the title.
It's in the title, dark factories. But it means fully automated, right? So, for example, there's explosives factories that are fully automated. So if there was ever an accident, nobody's losing their hand, right? Nobody's losing their hand, and then they could come to us, and then they could paint again. No, sorry, a little too far. But the point is,
a little early for this. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing is, if I only got 2 hours of sleep last night, so that's why.
You and me both.
The whole point is, areas that are not 100% dark factories where you actually need supervision or you need someone to control something, you need somebody to be in the loop. Imagine the human in the loop process. More and more jobs are moving towards you need a human in the loop. AI is doing this or robotics is doing that. You still need someone to be in the loop. So those human in the loop opportunities, this literally opens up the opportunity for people with disability to be employed.
What about writing?
Well, I think a lot of this stuff that moves towards the thinking models, you need a little bit more. Like what we're doing right now is like 4 EEG sensors across the frontal lobe. Okay. 4 EEG sensors across the frontal lobe. We can do things like concentration. Like, so if you start counting 100, 99, 98, I can pick that up with the brain wave analyzer, but I can't pick up things like preferences or some of the things that happen in the back of the brain. So we're in the process of building something that has more EEG sensors that's still easy to wear so we can get more data and then actually start moving that model.
So, I guess the follow-on to that is if I can use the brain to move things around or to create artwork, can I also use it to, right? Because my grandmother couldn't speak.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
So can you use it then to create, because her brain's working, she has thoughts, right?
Yes. So there's like two ways people are doing that. One is the neural implants, right? So that's like the Neuralink stuff that that company Neuralink, where they're literally putting the electrodes in people's heads. That gives you the direct signals. What I'm doing is almost like I'm talking, but it's a bit muffled, right? And so we can do certain things, but we can't get the accuracy that the Neuralink can do if you've got it directly as a stimulus.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Where's it going?
Machine learning, get the data. Once we have built models about this for certain people, we can start from a much better spot.
Right.
Because if we train from the woman we're working with now,
Yeah.
the next person will be easier. And then once we have more people working, then the next person will be easier. Yeah.
So one of the things that I talk about all the time in the startup world is that the biggest problem is not a product market fit.
Yeah.
It's
well, these days now, product market fit changes every week. But
yeah. So exactly.
Yeah.
But it's more just like discovery. Does anybody even know you're working on this?
Oh, yeah.
So who knows you're working on this? Are you trying to raise money for it?
Okay. So
do you really want this to be a business, or
I would love for this
it feels
to be
kind
a
of
business.
impactful?
Absolutely. It would be great for this to be a business. It's not the type of funding, like I don't want to go to like a venture capital firm that wants a return like in 1 year or whatever.
Dead anyway.
We need someone that's more smart investment, who's happy for this to have a longer pathway.
Yeah, it's
to
not
be able
it's
to
not
build
overnight.
this out and to make things happen. I'm working on another project where we're bringing a music therapy app for dementia patients to market, and it uses a wearable. And all this stuff, it takes like 2 years to do the testing and all this kind of stuff. So it can't just be in and out. I've made my 10 times, return. I'm in and out, right? So we need some passionate investors to make that happen.
Got it. Is there anything else that that I need to know about this?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's start expanding. You were asking what we published twice at NeurIPS, so the Neurological Information Processing Systems Conference, the big famous one. We just put in our third submission, which is going to be talking about this as an academic paper.
Okay.
So academia knows about what we're doing.
Academia, not just locally, but globally.
Globally, yeah. So we presented in San Diego last year. And
what's the response you're getting?
So it's in the creative track. So NeurIPS is traditionally not a creative conference, but they started a creative track for AI about 3 years ago. And people come in and are fascinated by all the things people are doing, and it's great to see, because we're not the only ones that are using AI for fun, for good, for creativity.
I wouldn't even call it fun. I mean, I would call it productivity, but
yes.
What is also the response from the woman who's the artist?
Yes. So she'll speak on stage tomorrow. And she'll tell her story.
But I won't be able to
about
go
her
and listen to it because I'll be sitting here doing this.
Yeah.
But
well, I'll be sure to share it with you.
But what does it do for her? You should record it.
Oh yeah, and we absolutely are.
But what does it do for her? What's the right word? Her psychology.
It's
her own self-feeling. It's got to be empowering in a way.
It's very empowering. She feels very inspired by the process, and she feels like she's gaining something back that she's lost.
Yeah.
And it's quite an emotional thing for her. And it will be an amazingly emotional thing for anybody who gets the opportunity to use a system like this.
Yeah, because the thing about ALS is that like your body doesn't, like your brain doesn't die.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, so as this progresses, at least now we're actually capturing a lot of her preferences and her inputs now. Yep.
Got it. I'm sorry, I'm just too interested in this.
Oh yeah, all good.
There's still, my grandmother used to watch the muscular dystrophy telethon.
Oh yes, yeah.
And it was just weird that after all of that, then she got ALS. It's a form of muscular dystrophy.
Yeah,
it made me sad.
Yeah, some of this inspiration comes from my dad had Parkinson's, and so a similar type of degenerative instead of progressive. But disease. So,
but what does it mean from just a pure medical standpoint? Yeah. Like it's weird that you're working on this, but like the medical community's not.
Oh,
or maybe they are, but like they're just approaching it in a different way.
Yeah. People are. I'm not saying people are not doing this, but the way people do this is more of a scientific approach, and they're going to go and spend $100,000 on a 128 channel EEG system and do stuff in a lab and a university.
Yeah.
I have like an MOU with a university in IIT Mandi, which is in India, and they are doing this research along with us. But their process is like.
It can take forever. You want to get something done today, no?
Yeah, exactly. So I think blending my startup energy with these types of concepts is what's helping us drive this forward.
Is Singapore a good place to do this?
Oh, I definitely, I think so. Yeah. I mean, I love living in Singapore. I've been here permanently now for 6 years. If anybody wants to give me a PR, I'm happy to take it.
Good luck with that. No,
Yeah.
I love Singapore. And I do think that, particularly from a medical standpoint, Singapore is actually a really great place to do
It's
this.
a great test bed. And actually, you can get to everyone who's working in this space within a 30-minute drive, which is what makes it really phenomenal, right?
In the
you
city,
can-
yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But also, you're close enough to Japan, you're close enough to Korea,
Oh,
you're
yes,
close
of
enough
course.
to China.
Yeah.
You know, again, there are 5 billion people within 5 hours of you.
Yes.
So it's actually a really great place to be able to do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was that
Pleasure.
okay? Is there anything else that I missed?
Well, on this particular story, I think we're all good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Cheers.
Awesome.
Yeah. Thanks,
Thanks
man.
for sitting down and taking the
Cheers.
time.
Pleasure.
Really interesting topic.
Thanks.
No, it's good. Don't forget your coffee. Thank you. Have a seat. Oh. What are we doing? You want to grab the microphone? And hold it like this.
Hello.
Higher.
Up to.
That's good. That's good.
I think this sounds better, or
You just want to have it almost like it's an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat.
okay. Yeah.
Hold it
So
right here.
around here, yeah.
Around your mouth. So, Phil, CEO at Airfoil.
Yes.
Why don't you tell me a little bit from the beginning what Airfoil does, and then we'll jump into some of the topics a little bit more deeply.
For sure. I mean, in short, we're basically a product and brand design company. We've been operating now for about 6 years.
Okay.
And we're working predominantly with frontier tech companies. But then about last year, we set up a team internally called Airfoil Labs. And so we've now made this transition to also doing research around how we can help models generate better outputs, like better graphic design, better product design, outputs, etc. So we started building our own software layer to kind of help us do that as well.
What was the impetus to set up the labs part of the business?
I think when you keep getting the question of, will you still have a job in 2 years?
Trying
to figure out
you still have a job in 2 years?
Exactly.
Or will they still have a job in 2 years? Oh, because you're talking about the design stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to see just like what we could reasonably do with AI. And
who was asking you?
My
mom.
A lot of my
mom.
parents a bit. Yeah. A lot of my, I guess my engineer friends, especially in the Bay. And I was like, well, design it's a lot more than just generating visuals. It's also the process that leads to that, of understanding like how visuals impact human behavior, how they impact how people perceive a brand. And so we were like, well, if we want to do that, then we shouldn't be training on outputs and trying to work our way backwards. We should try to train on the process itself.
Yeah.
So we started logging the things that our designers are doing, getting them to post inspirations relevant to
Go
them.
ahead.
Yeah.
So this is really interesting. I agree with you. Design is not just generating something with an output.
Yeah.
It's trying to figure out where that idea came from,
Exactly.
replicating that idea, and then also understanding because you're doing it for brands, you're not doing it for fun, what the brand image or message or thing is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then coming up with what the output is. So when you went through and when you mapped out like what your designers were doing,
Yeah.
what did you learn along the way that maybe you hadn't understood before?
I think I wouldn't say that it's something that was totally a surprise, but that it was the best ideas came from the most unexpected locations.
Tell me.
And I think a lot of times for designers, like they're going out into the world, they're snapping photographs of interesting graphic design they've seen, of architecture, of media, and it affects them in a certain way, and they kind of log that or note that down, and then try to replicate that in a software context. So a lot of the little details in brand design that we've done over the years, like, adopting the dot matrix printed aesthetic, working with Reducto, for example, like those are places where we just happen to notice something, say, oh, that's a great idea, and we want to codify it in some way. But there were always cases where we identified a feeling we could make happen in one context and wanted to apply that to software. So our idea was, if we can log all of that down and the thinking behind it, make it more legible to agents, and we can equip agents to be able to generate more novel ideas as well, and do more cross-application between areas.
So you talk about agents, you're talking about software agents.
Yeah.
You're talking about agentic AI.
Yes.
So how do you feed that information into the agents? I'm sure you started doing this now, yeah?
Yes.
So now that you're doing it, now that you understand the process, now that you understand sort of the serendipitous nature of, oh, I have an idea now, which I didn't have yesterday, and I don't really know where it came from.
Yeah.
What do you feed into the agents? Because the agents can't look. I built a house in Tokyo. And before we started building, the architect said to me, drive around a bunch of different neighborhoods and take a picture of the aesthetic that you like, give it back to me, and then I will try to build that into, not exactly, but I'll try to build that into the thing that I'm designing so that I can get the output that you like. But what you're trying to do is do that at scale. So also, I can ride my bike around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But what do you do with the agents? Sorry, I interrupted
So
you.
we built our own software layer internally that we called Meld, and basically whenever Meld. We want to change the name. I think
what do you call it?
Meld for now.
Meld.
Just like ideas melding together across the team, I suppose.
I understand.
But basically, each designer is able to take any of the inspiration relevant to them. They're able to save it to their own, what we call their backpack. And the process, we're extracting a lot of metadata about that.
So where do they get that? Where do they get that from now?
It might be from Twitter. It might be from the real world. It might be something they upload directly. It's sort of more of a replacement for something like Cosmos or even a Pinterest for people on our team.
I got it.
We're able to extract so much more context from that as well.
And what do you use to? Did you write that software layer yourself that extracts that context?
That's built in house. Yeah,
that's interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
So, for example, if somebody saves an, the example I gave earlier today is like there's a brand called Pizza 4Ps in Vietnam. They've got a really, really beautiful brand. You save their website.
Are those the Japanese guys?
Yeah, Japanese, Vietnamese.
I know those guys.
They're expanding. Yeah,
I know those guys.
They're awesome.
They have like tons of locations now.
Yeah, they're expanding to New York this
I
year.
I know.
So it's like we're extracting all the key brand colors.
Yep.
We can extract all the typographic choices, and then as designers go in and start annotating those samples, we're able to parse all of those annotations and comments as well. When people have conversations on Meld about why things resonate with them, we're ingesting all of that as well. And so that means that our agents can provide much better results, or I would say like much better responses, because they've got that context of not just what the sample is, but why it resonates with someone.
But how do you get the brand involved as well? Like I understand the internals. You have like 4 or 5 guys or gals working on this. You have agents looking at it as well. Once all the data, the metadata and stuff, the brand information is there. But maybe the brand guys have been thinking, oh, I have an idea as well. You know what I mean? Because like getting back to my architect, he had his own ideas.
Yeah.
And his own sensibilities. And the brand, these guys are good. This pizza for peace, these guys are good.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you get their ideas into the mix as well? Do they have access to Meld? Can they input their own stuff?
I'd love for that in the future. That'd be really great. I mean,
I have all the best ideas, by the way.
I think for now.
But you understand the reason, right? You understand the point, yeah?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we try to really keep designers in the driver's seat here.
Yep.
So our first main goal was to make it really, really easy to do recall. So the ability to just put all of that in one system, all the samples and work you're paying attention to on an individual basis, and then be able to just query it using natural language at any time.
Yeah.
And then eventually we built that as a much more multiplayer thing where everybody at Airfoil can put all of that in one place and they can reference everything everyone else is paying attention to for snipping. And I think the next step past that point is open it to communities, open it to more people in the future, open it to brand designers to highlight their own work and to explain it better and why they do what they do. But importantly, case studies don't cover that very well. And they might even rarely exist for a brand. So it's otherwise difficult to parse anything other than color and type. And we want to try to understand meaning and intention.
Feeling, right? The feeling around the brand. Sorry, go ahead. So are you using any of the existing LLMs to do the final design? And can I ask you this before we get to that? What other software tools are you using for just like we're using Adobe and all that other stuff before to do some of the design? And have you incorporated that into what the LLM output is and using AI tools then to kind of enhance what that's doing too?
Yeah.
Like I don't know how that design process works.
So I would say, I mean, to answer the latter part of your question, we've used Figma for many years, and so Figma is pretty thoroughly integrated into Meld as a product. So, for example, if somebody asks the agent to prepare a mood board for them based on a set of themes, or even based on their, we have what are called shelves, which are basically folders. If you say, based on this folder, extract only the samples that apply to this idea and make a mood board, you can just click export directly into a Figma canvas. So we built that out. And then in terms of actually rendering the final product, that's the piece right now where we have the least functionality built. Like we have one internal demo right now of something that can basically take multiple meld samples and generate a new design based on those samples. But it's rough. It's still something I would only use in the ideation process.
Yeah, it's early still, but
Right.
yeah.
But I think our view is that if we can make recall super fast and provide any idea that's kind of entering your brain, you can just visualize it very, very quickly, that the actual production process is not only, it's not the hardest part of the process, and it's getting easier, right? With everything Figma's launching a config this year, with programs like Weave now, there's Noon Design. Everybody's focused on how do we compress production, and we think they're going to get there. We think it's going to be so much easier to visualize ideas, and we're thinking about pre-production. How do we make sure that you can crystallize your ideas well, so that you can decide what direction you want to run faster, and then thus move faster to the endpoint.
So by the time it gets to the tool,
yeah,
that's actually doing the design, I won't say it's like already predetermined, but you get a sense of what the output is going to look like.
I think it's just we're going to be able to make that way, way easier, and also easier for more people to participate in the process. Like Canva as a tool, you know, as much as it's not a professional design tool per se, it did unlock lots of graphic design possibilities for so many more people. And it's like if they have an intention, if they have an idea that's a good idea, they can visualize it. And I think our view is that production will get shrunk. Pre-production and taste will become the most important thing. There are 4 people who have genuinely very good taste and a very good understanding of human psychology. Then there are people who have been professionally trained to be designers. So we do think that that will expand in its scope.
So it's a really good point. How does it change the job of a designer over time? Firstly, and then think about how does it change the type of person that you hire to become a designer?
2 very, very good questions. I think this was always true to some degree, but it's much more true now. I'm always looking for designers who I think can get in the head of the user really, really well, and can immerse themselves and develop like really good intuition for what they're going to expect.
Right.
And I think that's going to become much more important. And that also means that it opens up opportunities to be do really well in design to folks that are not as much visual designers by trade.
Go ahead.
But I do think that changes things a lot.
Yep.
And the second part of your question,
So the second part of the question is,
yeah,
will you be able to hire different types of people then to be able to do the design process? And when you're done, I'll give you my context so you can understand why I'm asking this.
So I very much think this is the case. My gripe, and I think Riolu put this very well today as well, is that product design or software design over the last 15 years got really chunked up into these hyper-specialized roles. You're a UX designer, or UI designer, you're a systems designer, you're a copywriter, and it's all gotten shrunk down. But ultimately, the software designer's role ought to be the person who owns the experience end to end, who is responsible for the user's experience. And so I think we're getting back to that. But then the question is, what type of designer are you? And I think that has more to do with what, trying to phrase it right. It's like there are some things for which interface is the differentiator. Great. So we need a software designer with a focus on interface. There are some things for which it would be more valuable for them to have a data science background because
go ahead.
They want to make more data-driven decisions. It just depends on who is the user and what the features are.
Right. So that was going to be my next question. I worked on a trading desk at Goldman Sachs. I don't have any programming experience. I'm tech interested, obviously. Otherwise, I couldn't do this job. But I don't know how to program computers. I know how they work and all this other stuff. Yeah, I'm not completely ignorant. But what we started to do was we started to hire computer science graduates, some PhD computer science guys and gals, because the job was becoming so technical. The trading job was becoming so technical that we felt like we could teach them the trading part, but it was harder to teach somebody the computer science part. So as this job becomes more technical, do you feel like because then if there's agentic AI involved, they'll understand how to work with the agents better than anybody else in the world.
Yeah.
And they'll have the technical skills to be able to do things that a non-technical person can't do. Plus, if you can teach them the design sensibility, they can be way more powerful in this thing. So that's what I meant when I said, do you think you'll hire different types of people with maybe more technical skills as opposed to coming out of a design school, let's say?
I think that there will be more people with technical ability in design, but I actually think it's going to be a mixture of technical and non-technical people. So
Sure, I think there's a balance here, but go ahead. Yeah.
right. So I'll put it this way. It's sort of like, I think there'll be many more designers who will have lots of front-end responsibilities and will own multiple roles that would have been multiple different design roles within an organization will be held by just one person. It's like their responsibility is to just own the ultimate experience. At the same time, interestingly, as generative AI tools have proliferated, there's also been demand for the analog. So I'm reminded of there's a company called Vori that just launched, and they're basically they're automating back office with AI for grocery stores. There's a really beautiful launch video. It's done with stop motion animation, and then it pans out at the very end, and you see the founder in front of the figurines to almost show we did not do this with Dance. We did this in real life. Now, that isn't, everyone doesn't need a launch video like that. Every company doesn't need to, go to that extreme. But there's also an increase in demand for, let me do the thing I can't easily generate.
Right.
And so, yeah, so it's just mixing everything up quite a lot. A lot of folks who were pushed out of roles and spaces they really ought to have been in get to join, and I love that.
Yep.
And also a lot of folks who thought that they were very, very secure where they are, they may not be. Like, a lot of things are changing at once.
So I will make the case to you that I think that the more artificial intelligence expands or advances, particularly when it comes to design, the less desirable that automatically designed stuff is going to be. In the same way that, like, the example that I always use is like horseback riding. In the old days, everybody had a horse. It wasn't fancy. They went to the bathroom all over the place. It was a mess. Nobody can, but nobody ever considered like having a horse is like a cool thing. It's just like you had one. Otherwise, you couldn't get around.
Yeah.
But as cars came, as trains came, as airplanes came, no one needed a horse anymore. And now they're really expensive. And maintenance is really expensive. And the guy that like puts horseshoes on, that dude's never going to lose a job.
Yeah.
Because there just aren't that many guys that can do that. And I can talk directly to, in the design space, there's something for me at least, and I don't think it's just me, about saying, actually, here's what I really want. Don't feed it through like some kind of filter all the time, like maybe as a proof of concept, but here's what I really want at the end of the day, and I want to talk to you directly. I want to co-design with you.
Yeah.
And if we can do that manually, I'm going to end up with a better brand image than if I just drop it into some automated process, which is also useful for some things.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that human design thing is going to be way more valuable. That's what I think.
I very much agree with you.
You know what I mean, yeah?
We had not done hand-drawn illustrations and brand kits until last year, like ever.
Yeah.
But then we're like, okay, what can we do that's a bit different, that's going to stand out? And then we just started investing heavily in it. And like, this is also one place where I'm really glad that though we're a company where, we kind of got one foot in the US and we're in SF quite a lot, but we also have one foot here. There's so many specialized, interesting designers and craftspeople in Southeast Asia in particular.
Yeah.
And we benefited so much from their creative contribution. I think in the States, we're very professional. We're sort of like optimized for what industry wants. And in our teammates here in Singapore and Malaysia and Vietnam, like so many of them come from backgrounds working with physical materials.
Yep.
It gives us a very distinctive
look and feel
output.
For sure. Where are you from originally?
I'm from the US originally, yeah.
Where though?
I'm from Ohio, from the Midwest.
Okay.
Yep.
Good for you.
And now I'm here. So
are you based in Singapore now?
Yes. Yeah.
How long have you been living here?
5 years now.
So what is your sense about, I live in Thailand.
Mm.
Thailand itself has its own sort of design sensibility and its own sort of level of creativity that I find really interesting that I don't want automated away.
Yeah.
How much do you lean on the design sensibilities of the region itself now that you're here, even if you're providing those services to companies in the United States or outside the region?
Honestly, as much as we possibly can.
Because it's very differentiated, yeah?
Absolutely.
Sorry,
absolutely.
Phil, go ahead.
And it's so, I mean, I was just at KL Illustration Fair last week, and it's held at this building called GMBB in KL. It's an art mall. It's 8 floors of just independent artists.
Wow.
And then for KL Illustration Fair, we were blown away. We're just walking around, talking to people, being like, how can we commission your work? How can we bring you in? And now it's affected us in a different way. Rather than saying, okay, I want to just have, illustrators on my team or 3D animators on my team, we're now just going to specific artists and saying, when we find a project that we want your aesthetic for, we will hire you for that project and bring you in and let your specific style shine. That stuff was much more difficult to convince clients to be okay with 2-3 years ago.
Why is that?
I think now I think there's a pressure to be distinctive, and so they're willing to put more effort into it. Like even convincing tech startups to do launch videos 3 or 4 years ago was really hard because they're expensive.
Yeah.
And so they'd be like, why do I need to spend on that? And now everyone has one. And now they're like, I want like a truly Hollywood grade launch video.
Right.
So it's, these things are
It's like I was telling you this 3 years ago. You didn't want to do it at all. And now you want me to bring like Steven Spielberg in to make this thing better for you.
We do a lot of merchandise now and a lot of like very high quality merchandise that a few years ago there wasn't budget for or there wasn't intention for, and now there is.
Got it.
And so we'll go to like a local brand. Like we've worked with some of the production crew behind Pestle and Mortar, which is a brand in Malaysia. They did some of the Team Malaysia merch for the Olympics.
Got it.
And it's like I can pitch that now, which is so exciting.
It's awesome. Okay, Phil, thank you so much for coming to do this. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Of course.
Thanks
so
for
much.
spending the time.
Appreciate it.
You just put it down. Thank you, man. How are you? How do I properly pronounce your name?
Marijan.
Marijan. It's very nice to meet you. Michael.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And where are you from?
I'm from Croatia.
From Croatia. Right, just like the other guy was.
Yes, exactly.
You know the other guy, yeah?
Of course.
He used to work at Daytona.
Yeah, he's he's co-founder, CTO.
Right.
So I'm principal events manager. So I will talk more from GTM side. So you are covered from technical previously. And
Actually,
now...
I didn't get that guy yet. That guy's later. There was another guy here who was from Croatia who used to work at Daytona.
And then there was the CTO as well. So
there's another guy coming. Yeah. So talk to me about what Daytona does first, so we have some context.
So Daytona, like the shortest pitch is like we provide computers for AI, computers for agents. So basically,
the data, the infrastructure. That
infrastructure.
Guy. Yeah. Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
He was.
Okay. So why did in person, like we're sitting here at an AI conference, we're doing this thing in person. You're the GTM guy. I'm a big believer that face-to-face is the most important thing. Like we could be doing this over like Zoom or some other thing, and it wouldn't have the same feeling for me. When did in-person events become a core GTM channel for an AI infrastructure company? And how do you measure how they actually work? This is really important to me.
Yeah,
actually.
it is. So I was talking with your colleague and completely agree with you. So we could also, like you said, share the podcast via Zoom or something. It's completely different. Face to face.
I love face to face. Better than almost anything. Yeah,
definitely. I would say, especially after COVID. When people like during the COVID, like also like events were really important before, right?
Yeah.
But during the COVID, people were like only like doing online stuff, right? So I think there were like it was a lack of in person, right? Thing.
Yeah.
So right, like after that, then people realized like I think like for a couple of years there were lack of in person events. So after that, I think events.
Were you in Croatia for COVID, or were you in some other country?
I was in Croatia. Yeah.
What was it like there?
I think it was pretty decent comparing to other countries. So we were obviously we had some like we couldn't like go to coffee shops or some stuff, but we were flexible.
Okay, so not as many restrictions as
not as many restrictions
in the United States or even in Singapore.
Yeah.
So, do you remember the first time when COVID was over, whatever that means, where you left the country, got on a plane or got on a train and traveled to an event, and it was weird, like being around, you know what I mean? This many people for the first time in a while.
Yes, I will tell you, it's interesting story. The first event I organized post-COVID was in Lagos, in Nigeria.
Oh my God! Okay.
Yeah, it was the first event I organized. It was 2022. And it was a community event for the previous company I worked for.
That's okay.
And yeah, it was It was great.
Was it scare? You know what I mean? Like, was it an uncomfortable feeling? Was it a freeing feeling?
To be honest, not so. It wasn't like in the year. It was 2022. Already some restrictions gone, so
Got it.
It was a little bit relaxed, but felt alive again.
But that's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
That first contact with because today we're back at the point where we take this for granted.
Exactly. Yeah. But
right, I didn't think about it at all until you mentioned COVID. I'd never even entered into my mind today or this morning when we were setting up that they're going to be hundreds, if not a few thousand people in this building. I never thought about it for a second.
Yeah.
But now that you mentioned it, I'm just like, it's weird.
Yeah, it is.
And we didn't do this for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Because I remember the first time I was in a crowd. I remember the first time I went grocery shopping.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that guy probably has COVID. You know what I mean? It was weird. It's a weird feeling. Anyway, now that we've agreed that go to market is face to face is actually really important. How do you measure whether they work, and how do you measure how they're working, or what does working actually mean?
To be honest, I got that question a lot in Singapore, and I'll try to answer you. So you can measure. It's the shortest answer. So basically, when you organize the event, I'm talking about the whole funnel, right? So I would say us talking right now,
Yep.
It's only 20 or 30%, right? We have to prepare. You have to inform about us, right?
Yep.
After that, we will do some social media posts, right? We'll have some post event, right?
Yep.
See, it's the whole funnel.
Yep.
So I'll just give you example for our hackathon.
Yeah, please.
What we organize, yeah. So it's simple. For hackathon, it's pretty simple to measure. So you gather builders, and for example, that's hackathons are my favorite events. So you gather builders, offer them your product, right? Credits.
Yep.
And then it's easy to measure how many people used your product, right? And then you have tools. You can measure post event how many people are using your product, right? And then also you can track are people keep coming to your event, right?
Right.
And then there is social media exposure, right? So you can also measure how many impressions you have, right? So
what is the KPI, or what are some of the KPIs? In other words, how do you measure? You said you can measure how many people are actually using it, but here's something that I want to know. Let's say you do a hackathon with 50 people, and maybe it represents 25 different entities. 2 people from every entity come.
Okay.
They do some really great stuff. They hack some really good stuff. They love the product or whatever. They're working with it, but then they go home and nothing happens. But a year later, they have an idea. You know what I mean? Because they're out to dinner with their cousin, and oh, that's what the Daytona guys are doing. And then they start building stuff. How do you know that it's? You know what I mean?
But listen, yeah, that's a good point. And then, but listen, this. You post event, then you post about that event.
Right.
Then they repost, right? Then their friends see, oh, there's some cool event. A lot of people showed up. What was this Daytona, right? So they start exploring that. And then there are some things I'll just give you a few examples what happened on our hackathon. So
tell me.
We actually got some big customers at hackathon. For example, in San Francisco on Saturday, who is attending? Who are attendees of hackathon? So either students or builders or people working for some companies, and they have spare time, right?
Yeah.
They come to your event, try the product, and then this is nice, this is great, and then convincing the managers to use Daytona. So we got that examples.
What do people get wrong about building an event?
Sorry?
What do people get wrong when they're building an event? What does an ideal event look like to you besides a hackathon?
Okay.
Right. In other words, what makes an event really, really good and really impactful?
So obviously, the most important thing you have to have attendees. I would say
an empty event is a failure for sure.
Without that, so you can have beautiful venue, beautiful set, beautiful like great food and everything, and if you don't have attendees, it's a flop.
No, it's a
But
fail. It's a
still,
failure. It's a
if you
failure.
have like decent menu, right?
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah, but
Nobody
if you have
cares.
some like venue which is not so great, but still you have a lot of people
Yeah.
engaged, so you feel like, oh, that's this event which is that is actually great. So attendees for sure, and then you are trying from curate, right? So you want to have actually engaged attendees, right? To like become your users. So that's the important when you measure like how many people actually using it.
Yep.
But we don't mind if we have also people that are just here to learn more, understand. Maybe they will become like users in the future. Maybe they're not. They will talk with the friends. So yeah.
How do you determine whether you want to do your own event or go participate at another event that somebody else is building? Right. So you're here today. This is not your event. It's a pretty good event. It feels good. You can look around. Plenty of people. It's been like this all day.
Yeah.
It's noisy. It's active. It feels like really energetic. And there are a bunch of other rooms as well. But at your own event, you get to control the whole thing. There's a little more risk for your own event because now you have to do all the work around inviting and getting the invitees and attendees.
Yes.
Which is better? What's the difference?
So yeah, at one point, yeah, also good question. For example, for this event, it was no-brainer because we know the founder speaks. He's also our early investor, and we know like when he
but that's this event.
This event,
but that's different though, right? Because that's a unique thing.
A unique thing, but still, when you know the organizers, when you see like what speakers are attending, what friends are there, so yeah, you will definitely want to go there, and then. Okay, you if you are sponsoring event, so you don't have to care so much about the logistics, food, like agenda, and you just take care of like your booth, right?
Right.
But then if you are organizing events, so you have a lot of work to do, but still you are owning event, right?
Right.
So you can model where to go, right?
Go ahead, yeah.
You can you have a control.
So if you could build an event from scratch,
okay,
what would it look like? And I'm really interested in this because I have my own ideas about like what an event should look like.
Okay. Building event from scratch. Let's say I go to.
You can do anything you want.
Okay.
I'm not saying you have an unlimited budget, but you're not resource constrained. I don't mean like we put everybody on a rocket ship and we go to the moon. Like this is stupidity. Okay. But I'm just saying like you can have a great venue. You can have good food. That's table stakes. But what does the event look like? How do you make it as interactive and as effective so the networking works, the design is good? Like when you stop and think about it, you've been doing this for how long now?
I will say like almost 15 years. Yeah.
15 years, right? So you have 15 years of experience. If I cut you off from the world for like 2 months and said, okay, design your ideal thing from beginning to end.
So
what does it look like?
Yeah, I would say the most important thing would be the content, agenda, the speakers.
But why? So go ahead. So, why do you have to have speakers?
Like speakers, because it's a cook. Like people will see, oh, you have great speakers, we will go there, right? Then if you have like great speakers, then the sponsors will see, oh, there are great speakers. Like we'll go there, sponsor your event, right?
Right.
And then the people will say, oh, we have great speakers, we have sponsors. We will actually come to your event, right? So you see. It's challenging when you have like limited budget, and then like,
I say you don't have a limited budget. You have unconstrained resources.
Sure.
So it means like you could fly out Elon Musk from San Francisco. You can afford it. What would you do?
I would definitely do that because I would know that event is sold out.
So let me ask you this question. I think events should have more of this, more of one-on-one conversations. And part of the reason why, and we've done this at other events, yeah, but it's not just about me. The reason why is because this lives on after the event.
Yeah, definitely.
The other thing that I would do personally, if I had an unconstrained budget, I could do whatever I wanted. I would bring important people out, but not so important that you couldn't get any decent information from them. Like I want to talk to the most senior person at Apple,
okay,
who's actually building something. so that I can figure out like what they're thinking about, how they're determining it. And I definitely don't want to see a speech. It's just me.
Okay.
I don't want to sit in a chair and watch some guy on stage like give a presentation. What I want is 25 people in a room with that guy and pre-approved kind of questions for that guy so you can be prepared for it, but then have it be really interactive. So then when I leave, I feel like, oh God, I got some super information from that guy, not a presentation that his personal assistant wrote that he puts up on stage. And I would have 20 of those guys, and I would then have 20 different subjects that they can cover, and maybe over a 2-day period of time, so everybody can go to 2 of them or 3 of them, depending on what time they are. And you could actually make it super interactive, and I would film all of them.
Okay.
That's what I would do. And I don't mind this. I like the booths and stuff like that because I think you have to be able to sell stuff and network with people. But I don't think for me that would be the focus. The focus would be like get the most impactful people there that I can learn from. Like I would love to have your CTO sit in a room with 20 other people and just go, I really want to do this. Tell me about the infrastructure. Tell me how I can integrate it into my stuff. And then when I leave, I can go home and I can sell it to my people. I just think that's going to make a really different event for me.
Yeah. So it's like it would be like a super curated event.
Very curated.
Yeah.
But also filmed.
Okay.
I want everything filmed because I do want people to be able to think about it. Some people and streamed.
Okay.
And part of the reason why is because there's a guy right now in Jakarta who can't make it here.
Okay.
But he definitely wants to be here. But he can't. So you can't see it. And I know it's expensive to stream in every room and in every event.
Yeah.
But if again, I have no budget.
Mhm.
I have an unconstrained budget. That's why I asked you like what you would do. That's what I would do.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Great idea. We should do event together.
We definitely should. We definitely should. Because I think you want to make it as interactive as possible. And I think you want people to leave and think, I need to implement Daytona. Or I need to implement Cursor. Or whatever it is. Or my payments need to run through Stripe. And now I know why. And the reason why is because I talked to that guy at Stripe who does integrations and implementations. He convinced me, but he didn't sell to me. But he told me like what the right thing was, and I believe it. That's what I think. Anyway, so San Francisco, Singapore, they both start with an S. That's about all they have in common. How do the two developer ecosystems compare, and what can each learn from the other? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm first time here, and to be honest, like
first time in Singapore.
I'm impressed with the community.
Yeah, very good.
I have a lot of expectations to be honest. Singapore is like #1 Daytona like customer usage.
Got it.
City. So
yep.
We have, like I said, we have a lot of expectation, but still, I was super impressed. Like a few days ago, we had our side event. At the same time, there were like a couple of other events, all of them full house, which is like pretty amazing.
Surprising, right? You're just like, oh, I thought it wasn't going to be this.
I was a little bit afraid, like when I saw that, like CloudCon is at the same time. So
right.
I was
afraid people are going to be there as opposed to your thing.
But then organizer said, "Don't worry, they will be there." I was like, "Are you okay?" Then I saw like there full house.
Yep.
Here full house.
Yep.
So I was pretty impressed.
Yep.
So I would say in terms of communities, pretty similar like San Francisco. Obviously, San Francisco is probably on a bigger scale.
Much
bigger.
But
still, like people are so engaged here, like a community. The thing that I think here is lacking, I would say, more investment flexibility for like pre-seed or seed.
Tell me why.
Because I spoke with a lot of builders, like with great ideas, and asked them like, "Are you funded? Do you have some funds?" And now it's not so easy. But then when you speak like on a random meetup, or a hackathon in San Francisco,
everybody has money.
Everybody has money. You say like, "Congrats on like 2 or 3 million pre-seed." Oh, we don't need to mention like maybe that thing. Is kind of lacking, but I'm pretty sure it will come. It will come here because pre-seed it's a kickstart. So we started as a pre-seed. Without pre-seed, it couldn't come to seed and to Series A, right? So
So I think part of the thing is that the risk-taking appetite in San Francisco is just like whatever.
Yeah.
Here's a couple of $1 million.
Yeah,
Get back to me. They do due diligence, but it's just like, I'll give you 2 million, I'll give her 2 million, I'll give that guy 2 million.
Then forget, like it's like money is
It's gone. It's
yeah,
just gone.
it's gone. So
it's just gone.
that's the
Because
mentality.
they're comfortable with risk. There's plenty of money in Singapore, plenty of resources here. But I would also say this: the government and the support that the infrastructure of this government gives to startups is amazing. But we need to have a little bit of a mindset change on how much risk are we willing to take.
A little bit more flexibility. That's the only thing.
I
I'm
agree.
pretty sure it's coming. It's coming. And then with that, let's say like when you have like in Singapore more like Series A, Series B, like cool AI tool startups, so it will push even more community.
I agree with you. One more thing before I let you go. How is an AI startup different from just like a regular tech startup?
Oh, it's a good question. So this era is like it's super fast. Everything is happening super fast.
It's just ridiculously fast.
Ridiculously. So we were at the booth. So some like from participants came to the booth and asked us like, where do you see yourself like in 5 years? I was
like 5 years. I don't know, but
like
five
months,
weeks.
5 weeks.
Yeah, I was
5
gonna
months.
say 5 weeks.
So
what are we talking about?
everything is happening super fast. I would say it's the most that's the thing that is for sure.
I agree. So I was talking to your CTO earlier, right? And one of the things he said to me was, because he started a company in 2009 as well. No, that was a different guy. Yeah, same guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's the difference between 2009 and today? And he said, I thought I was busy in 2009, but I wasn't in comparison to today.
Yeah, listen, now like I'm not non-technical, I'm not developer, but I'm building my stuff. You're pro.
Yeah.
Like everybody are building their stuff. So
Yeah.
it's going super fast. So
it's super duper fast.
Super fast.
I think that's the big difference.
Yeah.
Is that AI doesn't sleep.
Exactly.
And I think that's the big difference here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a pleasure.
It was a complete pleasure. And thank you for taking the time. Thank you, Marijan. You brought like all your drinks with you. You brought no. I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Up here.
I didn't get your name.
Michael.
Michael, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Li Hao.
Li Hao.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet you. Here. Look at me.
Okay.
Don't look at those guys.
Okay.
Talk to me about Simular.
So, Simular, we are building the infrastructure for autonomous computers.
What does that mean?
So what that means is that
what's an autonomous computer?
Yeah. Okay. So right now at this stage, when we have PC that can do a lot of things for us.
Yep.
Right? But then it's still very manual to use. Like basically, like we actually did this experiment with a bunch of our friends.
Tell me.
Yeah. So we sorry, let me calm myself down. This is my first time.
It's okay.
So we did an experiment we did an experiment with a bunch of friends a few months ago.
So what was the nature?
So we try to track like how much time they actually spend on like moving a cursor or type on the keyboards.
Got it.
Right? That's something that we're quite curious to know about.
Yeah.
And then what we found out is that one of our friends actually spent 5 hours a day just moving that cursor, right? Like try to click on the buttons, try to switch between tabs, try to like scroll through like pages and stuff like that.
Over how much time? Was it an 8-hour workday, a 10-hour workday?
I don't know the specifics, but
they
I
spent
think
5 hours moving their mouse around.
One of the days is like probably they had to go through a lot of reports that scroll through the PDF documents and all things like that.
Wow.
Something like that. Right. So realize that actually with computers, we really free us from a lot of paperwork. Right. It's like we have the whole system to do a lot of things for us. But the way we interact with computers is still very manual.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's the computer's doing a lot of stuff that's digital.
Yes.
But our interaction with the computer
yes.
is very manual.
Exactly.
Very manual. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's the thing. So what if what's the most efficient way of just doing this? Right? So you're thinking that the best way that we could do is what if like you don't have to operate the computer? Right? You can say like I want help me read through the reports and help me populate all the spreadsheets for me.
Right.
That's my intention. But the thing is, if I have to operate it, I have to copy,
paste it all this stuff,
all this stuff, right? So what if we have AI that can do it? What if we have computers that can do it? right? So AI can come in here to actually help us to make computer autonomous by able to look at the screen, understand your task, and then just do it.
So how would that work in practice?
Oh, that work in practice?
Yeah, give me an example about how that would work in
Okay,
practice.
so
Can I give you like a very specific question?
Mhm.
Let's say that I need to build an Excel spreadsheet that builds a model, a simple model, or like around expenses or something. But while I'm doing that, I also want to write some notes and stuff like that for this podcast that I'm going to do today. I can't do both of those things as a human at the same time. But how could I tell my computer if it's an autonomous computer? Because the computer can do those things at the same time. Plenty of bandwidth, plenty of throughput, plenty of compute, easy to do. How would I tell my computer if it's autonomous how to do those two things at the same time and not be in contention with each other?
That's a very good question. So first of all, you can treat the computer as a super intern that can do things for you.
Go ahead.
Right? So you can just say like, you can give these instructions that you just told me and say, I want to do this and do this at the same time in parallel for me.
How do I tell it? What's the methodology for telling?
Okay, so right now we just recently have this product called Sign. So it's an interface that you can sign. It's our product. They can sign up for it.
Yep.
And the moment you sign up for it, we'll provision a computer for you on cloud. Okay.
On your side.
On our cloud.
Yeah, on your cloud. So I have my own computer.
Okay.
And you provision a computer for me on your cloud.
Yes, exactly.
Go ahead.
And that computer will come by default installed with a side agent.
Okay.
And then you can go through a side product to talk to it. Say like, computer, please do this for me. And then it will.
But you're going like this though. Do I do it by voice? Do I do it by typing? How do I do it?
You can type it. You can by voice. Yeah. Or you can do it. Or you can connect through your Telegram and then send a message through a Telegram. Send a voice message through Telegram.
Okay.
Anything that works for you.
Okay.
Right? The beauty of having it in the cloud is that you don't have to maintain the computer for you, right? It's running on a server. We'll turn it on for you. We'll set up, you install, upgrade, whatever, maintain it for you.
Got it.
But you could also install the same site agent app that's in the cloud, install it in your computer. Then we will
Directly. Okay.
Right? Then we will able to also connect with that to control the computer for you.
So you can either do it on your server, on your
you can
cloud.
bring your own device.
But then where do I give the instructions? If it's on my device, where do I give it the instructions? Do I do it on my device or do I do it on in your cloud?
So you do all this through our side product. So we have a side product. You go to side.simular.ai.
Right.
And that will load up a chat interface that looks very similar to, I think these days, every chat interface looks very similar.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So you can go there and then select the machine that you want to talk to and just send your message.
Got it.
Right? And you could also, if you don't like, for myself, it'd be like, I don't like going through like typing and all these things. There's a small microphone button that I can also send my voice message. But I could also connect that machine to my Telegram or iMessage
or WhatsApp
or whatever. And then I think WhatsApp, we are very comfortable with sending voice messages.
Sure, easy.
Right? So you can also do it through that.
How do I check to make sure that it's doing the work that I want it to do?
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Because like theoretically, if it's autonomous and I have two tasks that I want to do today, it's Friday. I want to do the spreadsheet, whatever it is, right? And then I want it to write some stuff for me. How do I know when it's done? How do I know it has the right information? How does it know where to go? Right? Like what other infrastructure do I have to set up so that it knows where to go to get all this information from and all those other things, right? Because I can't just say to like, even if it's in a one task world, I couldn't just say, give me a background for everybody that's going to be on the podcast today, get me a photo of them, and then put it into a PDF with the questions that I'm meant to ask those people today and give me a title. It's going to be like, okay, where are you going?
Yeah.
Who are these people?
Yeah.
Where's the list?
Yes.
How does it know all that? How do I get to do all that stuff?
So
and is that faster than me just doing it myself?
So first of all, I don't think it. First of all, like I would say like it doesn't know, but it's like you hire an intern, a fresh intern, the first time you assign this task, it doesn't know what you're trying to assign. Like,
So I've got to train Sai.
But then your intern will also practically ask you questions about.
So
I
will
don't know
Sai,
about this.
that's a good question. So Sai will ask me questions.
Yeah, if
Go
it
ahead.
doesn't know, it will ask you questions, right? And then in the meantime, if it needs to do certain things that needs your access. For example, I need to, let's say, send an email. Then your intern will come and ask you, can I send this email? So we have these guardrails on specific like actions that we find like non-reversible stuff. Then we'll send you a message to say like, can I do this? And then you can approve or you can reject and can say otherwise.
How do I know if it's faster than what I'm doing?
So it's
like, how do I know it's more efficient or better?
So I feel like I will come back to the same analogy as having an intern, right? You want an intern and you want to delegate. An intern will not do as fast as you.
Not at the beginning.
Yeah, not at the beginning. Exactly. That's the point, right? So you want an intern, then at first you will need some time to talk to it and try to guide it and all these things. It's the same idea. But then as soon as the more it does certain things, right, it learns from it and then you realize that, okay, now I know how to do this. Then the next time you ask it, you'll do much faster.
So if I use Sai to do tasks for me,
yeah,
can I have more than one instance of Sai?
Yeah, you can have multiple machines. You don't have to spin up just once. You can have 10 machines.
Yeah, but I mean, like, is the same agent going to do the spreadsheet that does the writing for me? Theoretically.
Right. That's a very good question. And right now, it couldn't do that. Right. So right now, it's still, you have one agent
for one task.
For one machine. It depends on how many things you can do on the machine. So it's like one machine is like one intern. And then you can have multiple interns. You can spin up 100 machines, which is 100 interns to do things for you.
I need at least two.
Right?
Yeah, you get at least two in this case.
You need 2 interns, and you spin up 2 machines to do things for you.
So what is the token? What is the token usage like? How do I know how many tokens are being used? Can I allocate a certain number of tokens to this use? Do you know what I mean? So that it doesn't just like burn stuff.
Yeah.
Because I know what an intern is going to cost me. I've already negotiated their salary.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much like token maxing is going to get me in trouble, kind of thing.
Okay, I understand. So right now it's credit based, so you can top up credits and then start use from there.
How do I know? How do I know how much
per task
it's going to cost me?
Yeah,
it's like I use something that does this. It doesn't matter what it is. It creates some video stuff for me. I know I have like 7,000 credits to start, but it tells me when I say please do this task, that's going to be 73 credits. Does Sai do the same thing?
That's a very good feedback, and I don't think we are not doing that now, but I think a lot of people is going to ask these questions, and I think this is very important. That
you want to write that down?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very good feedback.
I have lots of good ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
I have lots of good ideas. You understand why, though, right?
Yeah, totally. Right, because I have no idea. It's the same questions of asking an intern to do something. You have no idea whether it takes 1 day to finish a task.
Oh no, I know. I know, because I'll tell the intern. I'll tell the intern I need this by tomorrow.
Okay, then I guess it's...
And I don't care if you have to work 24 hours to do it. But also, I've already pre-agreed what that intern's salary is for the whole year.
I think this is a very good feedback as well. I think this is something we should also think about. Like maybe it's the same analogy where we can say, okay, I want you to do this and within this budget and stuff like that, right? I'm just throwing things around. We don't have this right now, but
we can brainstorm. We can brainstorm later.
Yeah, exactly.
It's perfectly fine. I'm happy to come over and brainstorm with you later. How do you build an agent? Like, in other words, all the UIs that are out there for all this stuff that I interface with were built for humans. But the agent doesn't care about the interface at all. It can see through the interface and just sees the things that need to get done.
Yep.
So 2 things, like when does the UI become meaningless?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you build an agent that is looking at a front end? I understand API access and I understand MCP, but how do you build an agent that can accomplish what I can accomplish, but does it in a very different way? How do you map that out as a technical person?
Okay, so I mean, you have covered doing things through APIs and MCP, which is not the same way as human is doing
at all.
Right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. But there are certain apps out there like SAPs and other platforms that there's no APIs and no MCP.
Yeah.
And you have to do it the human way.
Yeah. Now what do you do?
Yeah.
Because I don't think Excel has MCP or API access, does it? I don't know.
I think they probably should think about it.
Microsoft maybe does, but you understand the point, yeah?
Yeah, I understand the point. So the thing is then we can give. So this is what we call computer use agents, right? So we're gonna computer use agents.
Got it. Go ahead.
Okay. So what that means is that we're gonna give the agent tools to basically able to seize the screen and able to interact with the screen. So
go ahead. I have another question. Go ahead.
So see the screen will be like looking at what's on the screen. Right? It could be taking a screenshot and figuring it out.
Yep.
Right. But also like I think the easiest way is that right now, how does a blind person use a computer? It use a screen reader. Screen reader will read out what's elements on the screen.
Got it. Okay.
So that's accessibility on your applications. So a lot of apps with best practice, they will have accessibility information.
Yeah.
We can read that as well. So, but basically, it's to understand the screen. Okay. So it's either accessibility or through screenshots. We figure out what's there.
Got it.
And then next thing is I have to interact with it. I have to figure out what I need to do and interact with the screen.
Right.
So that's where we were able to control your mouse and keyboard to do the thing for you.
So can the agent see the screen?
We'll take a screenshot and take that. So it depends on what we define to see, right?
Yeah, no, I know. C's a tricky word in this case, right? But it knows where everything is.
So yeah.
I have another question for you. Sometimes the intern's dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, really, just like, what are you doing?
Quite dumb as well.
You know, no. But like, I come by the intern's desk at 8 o'clock at night, and I'm like, you could have been finished with this at 4.
Yeah,
I'll take care of the rest of it. How is it possible for me to understand the progress that the agents are making in sort of complex tasks, and then maybe just say, I'll take it over. I need this by tomorrow. You're not going to get it done in enough time. Maybe it's spinning or something in a cycle. How interactive can I be with the process that's going on, and how can I know like where it stands?
Yeah. So there's two things over here. Okay. So first is that I think with a lot of apps you see right now, that in the chat interface you can see that it's like what it's doing, right? The progress of the AI.
Yeah, sometimes
you see that, right? Second thing is that because it's doing on the computer, right? And you can actually seize the computer. So it's like a team viewer or remote desktop that we can actually streams what's on the monitor of the computer, and you can see the mouse actually moving and trying to click and do the things for you.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah. And then if you in the middle of the process you realize that it's not going where you want.
No.
Right. So you can either so there's a few approach as well. One is that you can actually steer the model, which is a word that we say is that you can send a message right now and it should tell the intern. So it's like, hey, stop this. Instead of waiting to get everything done and then send a message, you're telling that, okay, you should do the other way, right? So you can send message to steer it.
Got it.
Or you could also take over. You can say, hold on, stop. Let me come in. I will click the thing for you, and then you can move on.
So another thing is, if the agent is using my machine, right? So let's say I do the way you said. You allocate a machine to me. It's in your cloud. I start giving that agent tasks to do. It's doing those tasks, and I'm like, oh, shucks. I need to write an email to my girlfriend. Can I just jump on while they're doing stuff? Or is my machine locked?
You could. So you could steer. You can.
No. I don't want them to. I want them to keep going.
Okay.
But if Sai is working on my machine, is it now Sai's machine, or can I like still do stuff while they're doing their own thing?
So
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. And I think right now at this stage, this is very good feedback, and we have been thinking about this problem a lot, right? And it's the same analogy where I don't know whether you've got technical support before, where someone looks at your screen remotely and try to fix things for you.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you're trying to type something. And
I'm
then
trying to send an email to my mom, and I'm just like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, they're like trying to fight with each other. Right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Right? So I think this is something you're trying to figure out and see what's the best UX to let people know that the science is like doing something and you can't do it. And you only have one cursor. You only have one keyboard.
I know that's what
right?
I was thinking.
So
can you build a virtual keyboard and a virtual cursor so that Sai can do that with the virtual stuff? And if I need to jump in and take care of some emergency thing, I can do that and not get in Sai's way. This is good feedback too, by the way.
Yes. We could. So the thing is that, like Windows or Mac is not built to support multi-user. There's no multi-cursor for it, right? We could say like, please pause, let me do my thing, and then you can continue.
Okay.
Right?
So we need to fix this.
Yeah, you have to talk to Windows. Like
we need to
Windows,
fix this.
I'll
call Apple.
Exactly.
I'll call Apple.
It's not designed for that, right? If I open my iOS, I can have one app at the same time. That you can't do
What do you think about open source versus closed labs?
That's a very good question. So
Like, should this stuff get built in the open?
to be honest, I don't think I'm the best person that has the right expertise on this
Fair
one.
enough.
So I'm not really sure about like what's the
Fair enough.
where we should go for this.
Okay.
But I just feel like as long as there's more options out there, it's good for everyone.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Is there a way for Sai to be working on two separate instances? Like, can it work on my smartphone and send data then to my computer so that you can use the stuff that's on my smartphone on my computer and then go back and forth between those two devices? And if I have an iPad that's sitting there too, if there's data on my iPad that needs to get transferred to my computer, can it go from here to here to here? It knows all those devices,
So, theoretically, it's possible. And this is what we're thinking as well. But right now at this current stage, we're only running on Windows and Mac.
Got it. Not on iOS.
Not yet.
And not on Android.
Not yet.
Got it.
But yeah.
Okay.
It's fair point. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm asking. I have all these ideas.
Yeah. I feel like yes, right? There's WeChat, WhatsApp, some of the social media.
Yeah.
It only lives in your phone.
I know.
You can't really kind of control.
WhatsApp actually lives on my computer as well.
You use the WhatsApp web, right? Yeah. But there are certain things that you can only do through your phone.
Yeah. So I need to have data from there.
Yeah. We should have AI.
Like, think about something really simple. I take a picture of you with my phone. I go home, but I wanted to put it into like a document that I want to send to you or send to other people about how great you are. I can use, what is it called?
AirDrop.
AirDrop. So it's there. It connects to the Mac.
But you still have to manually do it.
Yeah.
And what we want to do is
make that non-manual.
Yeah.
I want to be cooking dinner.
Yeah. You can just say
that's happening.
You can shout, "Hey Siri, can you do this for me?" And then get it done, right?
Exactly.
That's exactly what you want.
I want to say, "Hey Siri, can you please send that picture of Li Hao back to my Mac, put it in this document, and then send that document back to him for his birthday, whatever."
Exactly.
That's what I want.
Yeah. I want as well.
Can we do that? Can we do that?
I would say we have to figure out all the technical challenges. And,
sure.
and
so how long has Simular been around?
Sorry?
How long has Simular been around?
So first of all, I'm just new to this company.
Yeah.
I just joined 2 weeks. But the company itself,
they sent you over here.
But the company was around for 2 years.
Okay, not that long now.
Yeah,
okay.
Not that long. But they are very first. So like our company was very early in computer use. I mean, consider 2 years ago, thinking about solving computer use, it's very early.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, it's something that our founder believes in, that we should make computer be autonomous.
Let's go.
Let's have to do this.
Let's get autonomous.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Okay, Li Hao. Thank you for sitting with me.
Welcome.
I hope it was okay.
Great.
Thank you. I can write down those ideas for you if you want.
Yes. I should get Sai to write it down for me.
You should get Sai to write it for you.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay, man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You just put it down. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you again.
Likewise.
Have a seat. How has your day been?
Tremendous, amazing. I was just telling I've met people like from all Asia, like Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, India, China. It's amazing.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's incredible.
Where are you based?
I'm based out of Germany.
In Germany, okay.
Yeah.
Do you travel a lot or not normally?
Yeah, we do travel a lot. So I think like there's a lot of learning, right, which we need to do in this craziness,
I mean,
right?
everything's moving really fast, right?
And the interesting piece for me is like how do people perceive it in real life?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you can only do this when you talk to people face to face, right?
Yeah, I was talking to an events guy earlier. Like, Zoom's great.
Mm-hmm.
It was really helpful, but I much prefer.
Very much. Same here.
I much prefer this.
I mean, for the deep conversations, right? Or like getting to know afterwards, right? You can keep a project, like you kick off something, but afterwards,
yeah. So tell me about Tavon.
Yeah. Tavon. Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yeah. Well, it's good. It's good enough.
Close. No, tell me what it is. So how do you pronounce it?
Tavon.
Tavon. Okay.
Tavon.
Close enough.
Close enough. Yeah, we're an AI studio out of Europe, and we help agents, clients building software with agents. So we're trying to help build these systems where agents help clients to do their thing.
So this agent thing is actually really new.
It is new,
but I mean really new.
Really new.
So Tavon has been around before agents, yeah?
No. We just got started.
You just got started.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's our
So
that's
where
our
do
kickoff.
So where do you get your expertise from?
Sure. We try to help clients. We try to build solutions. We help fixing
but
problems.
I mean, like, where did you learn about agents and agentic AI?
Oh, the internets. Yeah, I mean,
what were you doing before this? What were you doing before this?
Sorry,
what were you doing before this?
I was in software engineering from different types as a product manager, software
So you've been
engineer,
doing software
all over
engineering
the place.
forever,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Super cool. So software now is creating software.
It is.
And do you use the tools that are like Cursor and Codex and Claude Code?
Yeah, I'm using different, but in the same space. Yeah, I'm using these types of tools. Yeah.
Careful the cameras, babe. It's all good.
I'm using all these tools. Yeah.
And how has it changed the way you look at development, not just for yourself, but for the companies with whom you're working?
Yeah. It's interesting because there's this notion, or there's these two different perspectives.
Go ahead.
It's like changing everything, and software developers will go away, right? And it's not changing away.
Yeah.
I do think it's a transformational shift, right? It's really changing anything. So right now we've just done I've just done an update this morning to our to an application.
Yep.
And it was like a 10-minute conversation with the agent.
Yep.
And then it starts building it, right? And that used to be take like a day or two, right? At the same time also for bigger projects. Like the first prototype we've written for a client, it took us a couple of days and it was ready. And I was reflecting of what we were doing there. And with my old teams, with the old processes, it would have taken us like a medium-sized team, 5 people, 3 months, or maybe 8 weeks, right?
Right.
So it's crazy.
So you said you talk to the agent.
Yeah.
But do you talk to it, or do you type to it? Do you prompt it?
Both. But
you're literally talking to it.
No, I'm literally talking to it. So I have different voice to text speech options, right? Yep. No, but talking to it, it's interesting that you say this, but yes, there is this back and forth, right? So I do see the agent a little bit of like this thing that I need to have a conversation with. Right. It's not only these are the instructions, but it's like these are the things we work on. There's always a context, there's always a goal, but then we work together to achieve it, right? So that's why I'm talking to it. Yeah.
So this is really interesting when you talk about context.
Yeah.
One of my big things, even in all my interpersonal relationships, is like I need context.
Yes,
I really do. I talk to people all the time about give me some context.
Yeah,
because otherwise I don't know how to respond.
Yeah,
because you may presume that I know the context. You may say like, "Oh, that thing that we were with that guy that we were," and I'm like, "I have no idea who that thing is or what that guy." Like, I have no idea.
Exactly.
How do you give the agents context in a way that makes sense for them, and so that you're sure that they understand?
Perfect. It sounds like we prepared this, which we didn't. You
no,
just came
no. I'm just going on.
No, and
is
that
perfect?
Okay? No, it's perfect because it's so much into what you actually need to do with agents. The whole topic is called context engineering, actually, right? There's a whole topic around.
Tell me.
Giving the agents the right instructions at the right point in time.
Right.
And what one usual failure mode, what a lot of people are doing is like they're basically giving them everything, right? Here's my company. This is my marketing strategy. This is my sales strategy. This is everything.
Right.
Now do my business. And that's not working.
No.
So you need to be specific. You don't want to like just say, okay, do this. You want to do some context, provide some context. But you need to be very explicit, and different tools have different means, but it's not that hard. You basically think of it like a larger text that you're sending to ChatGPT, but in a more structured way, like in a markdown file.
Markdown file. How interactive is it, or can it be? In other words, let's say I work for you,
right?
Because there's no way you would work for me. I'm not that smart. But let's say I work for you, and you give me a task to do. And you expect that task to take me 2 days.
Sure.
At the end of day 1, you're going to come over to me and be like, give me an update.
Sure.
Where do we stand?
Sure.
What else do you need? Like all these things you're going to ask me. how interactive are the agents if you've given them the right context, you've given them just the right amount of information, or you think you have?
Yes.
That at the end of, I'm just saying metaphorically, at the end of day one, you're like, where do we stand?
Yeah.
How much information can they give back to you? Can that be fixed? And then can you say like, okay, I expect this to be done tomorrow? I know they work really fast and stuff like that, but I'm just curious because you would do that to me if I worked for you.
Mm-hmm. So I think I would put it the other way around. I think the way that I look at agents right now, they're super hyper interactive. Like you need to actually talk more to them. Actually
Talk more, talk less.
Talk more.
Talk more to them.
Yes, because this whole idea of there are people promoting these dark factories where you basically throw in something and then they produce something.
Right.
And in certain edge cases it works. But in my experience, there's a lot of back and forth. There's not like you throw something to an agent, it works 3 days, and then it's done. So there's much more interaction. So in our example,
right,
you would actually come back to me, hey Matthias, I've come so far.
Yeah.
What next? Or like give me feedback, right?
So do you have to tell the agent to do that?
I think you want to. In my experience, it's much better to have, especially early on, have better context, better specifications, better, guidance of what you need to do than saying, do this for 2 days and come back to me.
Sure, that's not even good information or good instruction for a human.
Exactly.
I hate this.
And I know, me too. And now there might be edge cases for agents doing this already. But I've talked to 3, 4, 5 people during the last 2 days, and they're all like, yeah, I have an agent, but it's not running fully autonomously. And I said, like, calm down. Like, a lot of people are at your stage. It's okay, right? You need to guide the agents to really get something going.
Do we want the agents to be fully autonomous?
I want. No, I mean,
but
right?
But so here's the thing: you're helping clients build agents and an agentic environment to make themselves more efficient or do more business or whatever the reason is.
Yes.
What are some of the things that they misunderstand? Like on day one, when you show up or your team shows up, they're like, you know what I mean? You're like, build me a nuclear reactor. You're like, it doesn't do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are the things that they say where you're just like, slow down kind of thing? Like, what do they misunderstand?
No, sure. I think, like, from my perspective, those engagements that we have, I think it's hard to tell because it's on the one hand, it's like, oh, this should be so easy. And then on the other hand, it's like, okay, we had this example of an ERP integration. And they thought, okay, because they were experienced from the back of their, of old projects, how it used to be, right? And they had, okay, now we need to set up this project, and then we need to call the API, and yada, yada, yada. And 2 weeks later, and I said, well, it's done. You mean like what it's done? Well, the API integration is done. Like, how did you do it so fast? I didn't do it. I told the agent, here's the API, figure it out, right?
Right.
So it's. I think people need to basically reset everything that they know about software development and start from scratch. It doesn't mean. Well, at least from a project management point of view. Software development is still the same, enhanced with AI. But from a project management point of view, we need to reset everything. That doesn't mean that the agents just go off and do everything on their own.
Sure.
But certain aspects are just minimized to an hour since days. Yeah.
What does it take? Because I presume that a lot of people with whom you're dealing, a lot of your clients or potential clients, have legacy systems that are 25, 35 years old.
Yes.
They weren't built for orchestration layers, OpenClaw, whatever you want.
Sure.
How do you disintermediate that?
Well, you need to have an API, right?
But they may not have an API. You know what I mean? But they still want to get the benefits of agentic AI because their friends are doing it over at some other company.
Yeah.
And they want you guys to help them do that. What is that like?
Yeah, you need an API. I'm sorry, got to repeat it.
No, what does that mean? Does that mean you build an API for them? Or that?
Yes. Basically. Well, but you need to. It's our interaction, right? Think about like you're talking to an agent. Like, how do you want to talk to the agent? Or if I'm talking to the database, how am I going to talk to that database?
Right.
We need to have that, and it's also about like confirming with the client. Okay, are we allowed to do this? Okay, we're allowed to read all the information. Are we also write? Are we able to see all client information subset? So that's the first thing. Now, the good news is that creating these APIs, as I said, is really, really simple nowadays.
Is it?
But it's easier. It's much easier. Well, it depends on like what the agent or what the software is running, but it's much easier. And it depends on what the client, like SAP just announced, you're not allowed to.
What does that mean?
You're not allowed. Your agent should not be talking to SAP directly, only through their agents. So there's a lot of turmoil.
Wait, say that again. Say that again. I want to make sure I understand.
So SAP, right?
Yep,
you want to like I'm building an agent for SAP, interacting with SAP.
Right.
They have just changed the terms of service that they say you are not allowed to have an agent talking to SAP directly, only if we check mark it, if we green mark it. So I need to first build the agent, or like with their tooling, their framework, which I understand. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand their strategy.
I got it.
But what I'm saying is, like, I think there's going to be a change in the software industry at large.
Yep.
Where certain organizations, certain companies, they're saying, okay, everyone needs an API now, but companies are pushing back and saying maybe not so fast, right? Because
so how does that differ? This is SAP. How does SAP's reaction to these technological changes differ from Salesforce, which just announced Salesforce 360, where all of their functionality is exposed to an API, and I can build an agent that goes right to the API and goes right into it?
Perfect point. It's like it cannot be much more different. It's like very two distinct directions. Right. Salesforce is like opening it up, and SAP is closing down or putting maybe like check marks on top of it, like saying like only these agents that we've seen that we know about. Right? It's very different directions.
So as a guy that does this for a living, I have my own opinion, but you know this way better than I do.
Yeah.
What's your view on those two strategies?
Yeah.
Remove the companies. I don't care. But remove the companies, but
you cannot remove the company. So I have friends at SAP,
I'm sure
and I said, I don't want to be in your shoes right now.
No, I wouldn't want to be either.
This is the most toughest decision right now.
Let's be really explicit about this. I think that, and the Salesforce thing was redesigned from scratch.
Yeah.
It took them a bunch of time, but they just said, if we want to, as a SaaS company, if we want to grow and thrive and survive,
right,
and if we believe that agentic, if we believe in the agentic enterprise, then we have to believe that we have to give agents access to our API and then access to our system.
Yeah.
There has to be a secure way to do that, but we can't shut it down. And to be fair, I believe really strongly, and I'd like your opinion on this, that by doing that, they're not going to actually allow themselves to grow faster, because now people that couldn't deal with the complexity of Salesforce can now go, I got it, because my agent can do it.
Exactly.
And I don't need to know. And the interface basically fades away because the agent doesn't deal with the UI, it deals with the API. Now, from a SAP perspective, they're going, we're not going to give you access to our API.
Right.
We're going to give our own agents access to the API. You're going to have to talk to an agent that talks to an agent. This is going to be an MCP connection as opposed to an API connection, and it's going to create friction, I think. What do you think?
Remains to be seen. The big question for Salesforce is, if people are just going to basically like the agent talks to Salesforce doing a thing, right? And then the Salesforce bill comes up once a year. It's like, oh, 10 grand, 100 grand, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, hey, agent, why are you not just building your own database? Like why are you not just using that database, right? Instead, right?
So it's a really good point. But here's what I would contend with you. And again, I don't know this for sure, but this is what I think.
Sure.
I've done tons of shows thinking about, because when agentic AI first came out, and just the Claude Code, sorry, not the agentic stuff, Claude Code and Codex, and even Cursor came out, everyone was like, SaaS companies dead.
Right.
That was the first reaction. SaaS companies dead. Salesforce is a big SaaS company, but they do have a moat around their business that I think is different from just like a SaaS company that sends emails. I think.
No, they do have a moat, but there was a big article in the German news the other day, and it was about forgot the name, a Swedish company. And they basically ripped out a lot of their backend systems, including the CRM, including the ERP system.
Right, but a CRM you can build.
I don't know, maybe ERP as well. I mean,
maybe.
Again, I'm not not going to give them any advice. I'm just saying it remains to be seen.
I agree.
From the clients, from the solutions that I'm building, right? We're making sure that first we have a system to have safe data access. So whatever they do, talk to APIs, our system makes it safe. But more importantly, we give the clients options, right? Our users, they can say, okay, and by the way, we're not like this CRM system, right? We want to get rid of, and they will have more options. And you're completely right with like it used to be really hard, right, to do certain things in Salesforce and SAP. These days are gone, right? It's gone. It's like
it's now super easy to do.
Super easy to do.
And I think rebuilding a system like that. So we rebuilt our own CRM.
Sure.
We did, because Martin did it. It took him a while.
Yeah.
I don't know how many days, but it's done. It's there.
Yeah.
Now we use our own CRM because the functionality that a CRM has no moat around it. It's not, there's nothing fancy there.
Yeah, there's nothing fancy there. I mean, if you grow, right?
Go ahead.
And if you want to have some structure to it, right? Then the question is, do you really want to like maintain it? And
completely agree.
Yeah.
Here's what I think. I think based on your company size,
yeah,
and I'm not making a value judgment, but based on a company size, it may be more efficient for you to build and run your own CRM because Claude Code can do that, or Codex can do that. But the other thing it removes is all the other bloat from a system that you don't need.
Exactly.
And again, if you're doing it via the UI, you're just like, where is that thing?
Where is that thing? And why am I still clicking through this menu, which I've never used, and will never use?
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like when you don't mind, do you?
No, please.
When you like, we're in this every single day.
Yes.
And Martin and I talk about this every single day. But I think that like some of these, whether it's a big enterprise client, an SME or an SMB, most of your clients in Germany?
SMB, yeah.
SMBs, right? But again, 90% of the economy is SMEs and SMBs.
Yeah.
It just is. So if you want a lot of business, you got to deal with them.
Yeah.
Are they ready? Meaning, do they even have enough knowledge? Like they can read the news, they see this stuff. The board of directors is probably going like, you need to do some more AI stuff. We need to be more efficient.
Yeah.
But when you show up, are they just going like, I don't understand what's, you know what I mean?
That's what they do. And I do think like from a large strategy point of view, if you think about like enterprise IT, none of them are ready.
Right.
They're starting, they're looking into this, but none of them are really ready. No, but the way that we're trying to introduce it is a low friction. I'll give you an example.
Please.
What we have built is a quote generation system for a client. So a quote, a request comes in from a customer, and and they're like, give me 10 of these articles, whatever.
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, okay. It takes them days to do that. Look up different databases, etc. And we've reduced that into minutes.
That should be simple.
It should be simple. So that's what we're doing. Now, the interface for the user is email. So the email comes in.
Yeah.
And instead of writing the email, like getting all the data and writing the email, all the client sees is a draft in the email, right? So the backend is all AI. It's different agents doing different things, getting all the context, getting all the information. From a user's perspective, the email is ready. Now, is it perfect? We hope it does. The system continues to learn. But if you say like clients are ready, I think we need to talk about like problems, automations, like make this task easier, and then ingest it into the workflow that they're known. Eventually, they will start using more agents directly. But right now, why isn't it just an email draft, right, of the response?
So I want to make 2 points, and I'll let you go after the second one. Actually, the first one's a point. The second one's a question. I rewrite emails all the time. Like I write an email, I stop, I don't send it. I'm like, that's not perfect. Let me think about it.
Yeah.
And then I come back to it maybe an hour later and go, I fix it, I edit it. That I'm perfectly comfortable with.
Yes.
I think that's normal. So if the AI writes an email that's drafted and not perfect, that's normal.
Yes.
So that's normal. And I like this kind of behavior where it sends me a draft. It doesn't just send it out and then says like, oh God.
And it could even give you different suggestions. Like, do you want to do it this direction, that direction? You want to be more formal, right? I mean, that's what they do. Yeah.
So the last question I'll ask you is this, because I asked you, are the SMEs and SMBs ready? The next question is, some of them are probably doing this for better operational efficiency and to lower costs.
Yes.
Do they understand the tokenization costs that are involved with this so that they can actually make a real decision between, should I hire a guy to do this or should I automate it and pay the token costs?
No, they don't understand it. I also think that my clients shouldn't understand it, right? I mean, I'm happy to explain it, but I think it's a technical detail and it's a cost of running. And to be honest, the cases that I've just talked, the token costs are marginal. It's marginal. You don't even care.
Okay. Is this okay?
No, it's perfect.
Matthias, thank you.
Like,
I'm sorry, kind of went off to the left at first, and then never kind of came back to the.
Whatever.
That was okay, though, right?
You said we have fun, we'll talk, right?
That was
That's
okay,
what we
though,
do.
right?
It's perfect. Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thanks for having me.
I hope to talk to you again. That was great. Max, have a seat. How are you? Good to see you. So, Max Buckley, head of knowledge research at EXA.
Yes, indeed.
You are the last guy of the day.
I am.
You are. You should be very happy about it. Why don't you start with what EXA does, and then we'll jump into the main topics. Is that cool?
Cool. So EXA is a search API provider. So we provide web search for AI agents. So when you are building your application wants to search the web, to find people, to find companies, to find coding documentation.
Yep.
EXA helps you do that. EXA is web search is usually one of the first tools you want to give your agent, so that it can.
Interesting. Really, is that what people do?
I would say typically yes. they do, right? I mean, web search is like enables you to get fresh data because LLMs are trained up to a certain point.
Yeah.
And then they don't know what happened after that, right?
So, do you mind how robust are the results and the testing of the results that come back from that web search? Let me give you some context. Let's say that there is no agentic AI and there's no API like this. There's no EXA. And I want to search on the web for stuff, and then I want to use it. I want to verify that it's right, and I want to use it. I'll look at all the search stuff that I get. I'll see the sources, and I'll be like, I'm not dealing with that guy because those guys are dumb. But these people, I believe that they're right. And I can then read through some of this stuff and be like, oh, that's not what I wanted. Here's the stuff that I do want. What's the level of interactivity that EXA gives you, and the level of, what's the right word? Verification or citation, so that I can feel comfortable over time that the stuff that it's giving me is the stuff that I want. Because ideally, theoretically, I use EXA, I gather information, I put that information in an automated way into some process. Am I wrong?
Yeah. So,
but how do I know if it's right? How do I validate it?
Ultimately, we don't know if it's right? I mean, you're finding documents from the web, and
the
documents that we find are not ours.
I'm not saying it's your responsibility, but I'm saying as a user, in the old way, I can actually look at them and see.
So, to some degree,
and make a choice.
Well, so it's funny, right? I mean, Google before, right? Google's innovation was a thing called PageRank, an algorithm, right, which basically said, how central is this page to the internet, right?
But also, exactly.
And the more central the page,
how many people are citing it? How many people are citing it? So
like
this is
BBC
PageRank
is more credible than something else because it has more site.
Maybe, but that was the idea.
That was the idea, right?
Yeah.
And the same thing is happening with modern search, right? Because ultimately an LLM has some of these biases are built in. If you ask ChatGPT, what is a more credible source, bbc.co.uk or Jeff's blog, it'll tell you it's bbc.co.uk.
I don't trust this Jeff guy.
Yeah,
as far as I can throw him.
Especially if it's like Jeff, with a different domain.
Exactly.
So ultimately that problem of like trustworthiness is still going to be a problem.
Right.
I mean, EXA is working on it. All search engines have always started working on it. Like, trying to find spam, low quality, trying to remove it, penalize it. That is a ongoing enterprise and will always be an adversarial setup.
Yeah. So, what are people using this search for?
So the big ones are the ones I mentioned, right? So, like, just general web search is obviously useful for any kind of information seeking, right? You're trying to build an agent that helps you plan your holidays or whatever, right? Coding is a big one. So EXA's got a lot of coding, like coding IDE customers, right? People who are using these vibe coding platforms, right? They want to search and find the documentation for the latest version of their library. They want to find what repos exist.
So API information, MCP information, stuff like that. So, and where does that fit into vibe coding?
So when you're
what's the connectivity,
right?
Yeah.
When you're vibe coding, like when you are talking to Claude or Cursor or whatever it is, right? You say, I want to implement this research paper, and you say the research paper that does X. It then has to do a web search to find what is that research paper, what URL does it live at, what information is in that research paper to be able to even start the process, right?
Yeah.
And those searches use a search API provider, which could be EXA in some cases. It could be some other company, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
So you worked at Google for how long?
12.5 years.
Where were you doing that?
I started in London, then I was in Dublin, then I was in Zurich. So all of Europe, we'll say Europe. Pan-European.
Can I tell you a funny story?
Of course.
In 1990, I was hired by Morgan Stanley in Tokyo, And my first 2 weeks of training were actually in London. I'd never been to London before. I'd never been to Europe before. I was only 24. And when I finally sat down on the trading desk in the London office, I think it was actually at Canary Wharf. Doesn't matter. I remember sitting down with the guys, all of them Londoners. And I was like, they were like, what do you think? I'm like, I've never been to Europe before. This is amazing. And they're like, you still haven't been to Europe. Because they were very particular about London not being in Europe. You know.
Yeah, I know that. I mean,
you know these
Martin
guys.
has the same thing.
I know. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding around. But I just thought it was funny.
It is funny.
So you worked at Google. What were you doing at Google?
All sorts of things.
All sorts of
I
things?
kind of went from being in the business side in finance and sales through into engineering, into research.
So talk to me about, because here's the thing about, and again, you were there, so you know better than I do. But one of the things that I noticed was that, and I've been following Google literally for years. I remember their IPO.
Yep.
I do.
I remember. Hope you bought in then.
I mean, I own most of the company. No, I'm kidding. I didn't have any money then. But the point is that, like, I know they've been working on AI for decades.
Yeah.
It was one of the big things that they talked about 20 years ago. I know that for a fact. But they waited for ChatGPT to come out before they rolled out Gemini.
Yep.
At least in a way that was exposed to the Gemini may have been working in the search engine for a while, and we just didn't know it. Now it's explicit. But what are some of the things that you learned actually when you were at Google about how big tech actually uses AI inside of these companies that maybe guys like I am don't know?
Well, I guess there's a kind of tangent that I almost thought you were going to go with the question where you were
go on your tangent.
I think tangent might be interesting here.
Go for it. Do both of them.
Which is kind of like, so you're right. Like Google was leading in AI.
It wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close.
It wasn't even close.
You know, Google was investing in AI or machine learning before for decades, right? Like a lot of the,
but very explicitly and purposely, because they were like, this is going to be something that's going to be important, and because we have all this engineering talent and the smartest people here, we should be able to do this better than anybody else can in a way that's new and innovative. Sorry.
And what's interesting, if you even look at the research, right? Like, you know, like literally a lot of the fundamental research that OpenAI built on was Google, right? I mean, the Transform paper, all of your listeners probably heard of. But even like this mixture of experts concept, like this mixture of experts concept was revived by Noam Shazir in like 2017,
right?
Even before Transformers, and then it was built on, you know, in Transformers several times, right? So all of this is Google work, you know, through 2020, 2021, first like one of the first large like Transformer big success stories in Google. But then why did Google not like make
tell me what
Well, I mean, what's interesting is like internally there was LLMs, right? Google had internal LLMs. People were playing with. If you remember, in the summer of 2022, a Google engineer, or whatever, called Blake Lemoine, was famously fired after claiming Google had conscious AI internally.
I remember this.
You remember this, right? And it was funny because
I had no context for it back then, but now I do. Go ahead.
It's funny because most of the world like laughed at him at the time.
Right.
But
like,
in December they were like, "Oh no, this is here. This is AGI. It's fine." Like, he was just like 5 months too early, right?
Right.
But you know, interestingly.
So why didn't they release it?
Well, the thing is, there was like conflict at the time internally. Like some people wanted to have a release, most people didn't. But there was major concern from like a brand damage perspective, right? Because I mean, and we saw this with early ChatGPT, right? It was very easy to get them to say something kind of problematic, something like that could be perceived as like racist or sexist.
I mean, Google, and this is not your responsibility, but like Google rolled out tons of products that were terrible.
But I think they were, even if things were terrible, they weren't terrible in this way that was particularly sensitive to the company's values, right?
Fair enough.
You know, I remember how I first became familiar with ChatGPT, right? Was I'm scrolling LinkedIn, I guess at the beginning of December of 22, and I see this like people posting negative things about ChatGPT, saying how bad and destructive and evil it is because look here, it's saying something sexist or racist, right?
Yeah.
And then someone had literally adversarially prompted it, trying to get it to say something sexist, right? And then it would say it, and they would screenshot it and say, look how evil this is.
Right. It's literally like me punching you in the face when no one's looking, and then you punch me, and I'm like, Max punched me.
Yeah, what a jerk.
What a jerk, right? Yeah, it's the same thing.
But it's funny because like,
please don't punch me, by the way.
About a week before ChatGPT was released, Meta released an LLM called Galactus, right? On a Friday, week 4. And this LLM, Galactus, was about making academic research type papers, trained on academic research papers, right? But again, once they made it live, people generated problematic, dangerous content by having credible-looking research papers that told you to eat broken glass. And because they had this backlash, they just pulled it. Meta pulled it, right?
Okay.
So honestly, when I saw this, I thought Google would. I mean, I thought that ChatGPT would do the same. They didn't. They persevered. I think when Google saw that people don't really care so much about the problematic
the results, yeah, they're like,
people are much more excited than the activists, have you believe.
And did they learn more by releasing it than they do by keeping it internal? Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I think for sure you do, right? I mean, because when that happened, they did release it more broadly internally. At that point, like ChatGPT triggered internal full access to the whole company of the internal LM. Before that, they were like limited to like researchers in certain areas.
Yeah.
And at that point, everyone internally could play with it, could try it, could give feedback. They were getting a lot more logs, right? A lot more.
Fair enough.
And yes, I mean, they obviously did launch Baird shortly after, maybe February,
right,
which obviously didn't go so well.
Can we talk about search a little bit more?
Of course, yeah.
How does search change if AI is involved? And I guess the first question would be, like right now, if you're just on the Google website, and you type in search, there's a whole bunch of ads that clutter up your search results. How is it different if it's AI is going out and doing it, where so first of all, does the search engine know that it's not a human? And if it does it just go like, why am I serving an ad to an agent that's not even going to pay any attention to this at all? How does that change the search? And then maybe you don't care about this, but like, how does it also change Google's business model of like, do you know what I mean?
Well, that was the other challenge, like that Google had like conflict of interest, right? That like these LLMs potentially would cannibalize their main moneymaker, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, they obviously have to a degree, right? I don't know about you, but like for many queries that previously we would search, we can now ask an LLM and it will give us probably a better answer.
Just a more reasonable answer. Yeah. And no ads. I don't want ads served to me. Like I just don't want.
You also want that kind of brevity, right? That like
yeah.
Like, you don't want to like send a query and then get 10 links, each of which links to a long
no
word page, right?
No.
You want to know how long to microwave your milk for,
Yeah, like I want to try to remember what this is, because it was actually really indicative of this, and I don't think I have it here. But I asked one of the LLMs a question, and I really just wanted like a simple answer. Yeah, so I was trying to do this is so important to me. I was trying to do my Thai digital arrival card. I live in Thailand. And I went on the web and I was like, I want to fill out my digital arrival card. So I went into the web and I searched in Google Thai digital arrival card. I get 6 or 7 answers and I'm like, none of these look like the official one. Are they just trying to harvest my information? But again, I'm plugged in. I'm not going to say I'm smart, but I'm plugged into this stuff. But like if my sister did this, she wouldn't know. And I'm like, I feel like I'm being not scammed, but just like, this is not the official thing. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. I went to ChatGPT and I said, what is the official Thai site for arrival card? And it gave me one answer.
Yeah.
And I clicked on it and I did it. And I was done. So how does it change when AI is involved?
Well, I mean, on that, I've seen those things myself, right? They're very annoying. You know, you search something. You often search exactly what you're looking for, right? You say
exactly.
Like, ESTA Visa US, right?
Yeah.
And then there's like an ad, which is literally an ad, like a fake scammy company that will charge you like $100,
$25 or whatever it is. Yeah,
you're like,
like,
just take your data, forward it to the ESTA,
bring it back.
No value,
nothing.
Just like unnecessarily copy your data.
That should be illegal, by the way. This is a different discussion than what we're having, but that should be illegal. Sorry.
Agreed.
But that's how search has changed for me. You're right. If I want something very specific.
Yes. And I think that's the way EXA is thinking about going, right? That we want to move from being a search engine to being a knowledge engine, right?
Right. So that's like, what you do though, right? And that's why I asked you about this, because I want to know how you think about that.
So what that means is like, you know, when we look for something, we weren't necessarily looking for 10 links. You know, we were looking for an answer. We're looking for options.
Right.
And now with AI, we can move many more steps in that direction, right? You know, if you ask me a question, I can still give you 10 links that are maybe relevant if you want.
Don't want them.
But I can probably better off just give you the answer.
Right.
And, you know, in the medium term, we can give you both because it doesn't cost much more for us to give you the answer if we have it.
Yeah.
You know, but, over time, as maybe your trust in the system grows, maybe you'll just use the answer and not want the links. And I mean, the answer will also come with a citation. Like, where did this come from?
So that's what I want to know, right? Because again, let's say I'm writing a script for something.
Yeah.
And I just want I don't want to say like, it could be this, it might be that, it could be this, or you go here. I just want to know it's, I forget what the answer was to this Thai visa entry thing was, but it's very specific. One URL, that was it. And that's all I want. And I want to put that into my script. So I'm using Exa to go do that thing. Please give me the answer. And I automate it back into my script. That's what I want. Right. Is that the kind of stuff that you're working on?
Yeah, that's kind of where the direction we're going.
Can you tell me what RAG is? I forget what the
retrieval augmented generation.
Retrieval
augmented.
What does it really mean, though?
It means like fetching some content and putting it in the context window of the model and letting the model use that to generate an answer.
Okay, right. So how does that change going forward?
So
you know what I mean, though, right?
So,
because again, similar question, but like different concepts.
So basically, RAG as a term is kind of like umbrella to use for lots of different uses. Right?
Yeah.
And like generally the idea of giving a search tool to a model is nowadays sometimes referred to as agentic RAG. And the reason it's agentic RAG is because the model can choose to use it or choose not to. So you're not always giving it to context. You're saying you can search when you have a hard question and not search when you have an easy question. Or
right.
For a hard question, maybe you search multiple times, So that's how RAG is becoming agentic RAG. And for many use cases, you still have the internal company search, right? Like maybe you want to search within your company's knowledge base, but you generally also want to be able to search the web, right? For external emerging data.
So as the head of knowledge research, what are you thinking about on a day-to-day basis? Because essentially what you're trying to do is distill all this information down into just the stuff that means something to me, right? And you don't want me to have to go to a browser to do it. You just want me to use an API in Exa. It gives me back an answer. What are you learning? What are you thinking about? How has your view changed on this as you continue to do this research on what people actually want and what the right way is to get it to them?
So I'm thinking a lot about like, search quality. I'm thinking a lot about like what kind of queries are agents AI making? How can we better like serve them? Like what kind of data could we provide to maximize their value, to make them most successful in their task?
Yeah.
And how can we just better extract information from what they're sending us, so we can just really satisfy their needs and make them successful? And then
I'm curious. Again, I know you used to work at Google. What they do is none of your responsibility, but you have sort of this intimate knowledge, and it's related to what you do in a way. In the old days, meaning 6 months ago or 7 months ago, all the search results had ads associated with them somewhere. We talked a little bit about ads, and then you said like 10 or 15 links on page 1. But now what's getting served is some Gemini response.
Yeah. The AI overview.
Yeah, the AI overview, right? What is the impact of that? Just think about it for a second, because what they're doing is they're now amalgamating and consolidating information from a bunch of different sources. So I don't have to go to the New York Times to look anymore. I don't have to go to the FT if I'm talking about financial stuff. Or I don't have to go to multiple sources. It was bad enough before when Facebook disintermediated all the media publications. It just goes, just read it here. So I don't have to subscribe there. But now they're doing it in search. What are the implications? But also more than that, there's no interface for Gemini that I use. I'm sure it exists, like there is for ChatGPT, for Anthropic, that's standalone. Like I don't know where to go. Maybe there's a Gemini.com.
There is a Gemini.com.
Yeah, but most normal people don't know that.
Okay. There's also a Gemini app.
But I don't know that, and I have the ChatGPT app on my phone. I talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
So whatever they're doing, they're not doing a great job of informing people of it, because I talk about it every single day. Normal people like my mother would use Google to search for stuff. She's not downloading the Gemini app. So what is the implication of all of that? Particularly when Exa is going out and going, don't worry about it. We'll agentically search for everything for you and just give you the right answer.
Well, so I think that
because that's good for you.
Yes, there's a challenge with the Gemini AI answers that you're seeing, but the same challenge also is created by what Exa is doing, which is publishers are being disintermediated, right? Like if you're a publisher, how you actually made money typically was that you had ads on your website
or ads. Yeah.
So, right now when you do a Google search and that page is used as context for the Gemini AI answers, maybe the answer ends up in the knowledge box, and then nobody clicks on your page. You don't show the ads. You don't make any money. So unless you get or negotiate some deal with Google to pay you some sense,
you're never going to do it.
You're never going to make.
Never going to do it. They never did it before. They're not going to do it now.
And I mean, similarly with any of these agentic fetching tools, right? When we like grab a website, we grab the core content of the website, right?
Right.
We don't grab the ads, even if
no,
they,
no, you don't care.
I mean, it would also be confusing for the LM.
Yeah. We'll be like, really?
So
pizza $9.99. What are we doing?
Clearly, the web needs a new business model. Like the things are, I mean, the evolution is happening, and again, people need to figure out what the new order looks like. We need to kind of negotiate that as society. And
yeah, but is Excel like the new Google?
I mean, not yet.
But that's the goal, though, right?
I mean,
it's to make search. It's an aspiration to make search more agentic and less filled with unnecessary links.
Like I think we'll pass a point in a few years when the number of AI queries matches the number of human queries.
Oh, I think it's going to be before a few years.
Maybe. But but I still think at that point, the value of the AI search market will be much lower because obviously human attention is more valuable right now. But then it will, continue to grow and it will go to like 2x, 4x, 10x.
Yeah. There's going to have to be there's always going to have to be some balance there, right? You're right. Like I always talk about the implications for humans, the humans that actually do real work, the value of that's going to get much higher as things become more technologized and automated because the number of humans that actually know how to do anything is going to be lower. Right? Because software is going to automate a whole bunch of stuff. So what we do is going to become way more valuable because nobody wants to talk to an avatar. But in the same way, the search results on Google or the ad results, that's going to be more valuable because not as many humans are going to be watching it. But this is going to be the future, it seems to me, because people don't like the way search works today. It's been all muddled up. That's my opinion. Anyway, Max, thank you so much for doing this today. Last guy of the day. Filled with energy. I really appreciate it. I learned something. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. That was really great. Thank you, man. I know. I'm ready. I'm getting ready right now. Okay. We went live today all day. The Age of Tech podcast at the Capital Kempinski Hotel in Singapore. This is day one, or actually day two for the event, but day one for us of AI Engineer. We talked about coding agents, autonomous browsers. We just did that. Robotics, AI safety, a ton of different stuff. We had some amazing guests. We'll be back tomorrow as well, starting at the same time. Starting around 1:20 Singapore time. We really look forward to having everybody who watched today. Thank you so much. If you haven't seen the live, watch it on online on YouTube. As always, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on X. Follow us on LinkedIn. Follow us on Instagram. Thanks, everybody, for watching this. My name is Michael Waits.